Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
All right. So let's start with the motion to vacate the safekeeping order, please.
Call Tony Liggett, Sheriff Tony Liggett. May I?
Yes, sir.
Teresa.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you didn't say yes, sir.
I did.
Oh. Well, thanks.
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Tony Liggett.
And Mr. Liggett, tell us what your position with the law enforcement community is.
I'm the Carroll County Sheriff.
Okay. And in that, how long have you been the sheriff?
Year and a half.
And is it fair to say you were not the sheriff when Mr. Allen was arrested back in October of 2022?
That's correct.
It was Sheriff Tobe Lesenby was the acting sheriff at that time?
Yes,
He still actually works for your department, is that correct?
he does.
Are you in charge of the care and custody of Mr. Allen, with the exception of the fact that we have the safekeeping order in place?
Yes,
And do you acknowledge that your office filed a request to relinquish jurisdiction of Mr. Allen back in 2022?
correct, yes.
And did custody of Mr. Allen was relinquished to the DOC?
Yes. Yes,
And do you acknowledge that occurred without Mr. Allen having a hearing on the matter? It just basically there was a motion, a notice filed, and there was an order signed by the sitting judge?
I believe that's how it went, yes. Hello?
We're going to do a quick sidebar.
Shots!
Mr. Rosie?
Stupid. I got a call and then it muted me permanently. Okay, so, I think this is where we're at. Wait. And do you acknowledge that occurred without Mr. Allen having a hearing on the matter? It just basically, there was a motion, a notice filed, and there was an order signed by the sitting judge. Wait, can you still not hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm going to throw my fucking phone.
Liggett, would you like to respond to the attorney, sir?
I object.
That's overruled.
Oh my god, I'm muted. Fuck my life.
Oh my God. We didn't even make it a page.
Okay, I know, we're struggling already.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. I believe that's how it went, yes.
And basically, he got shipped off to Westville. Is that correct?
Correct.
And are you aware, when did you become aware that he was placed in solitary confinement at Westville?
You mentioned it in the deposition to me.
And that was in the spring of 2023?
That might be right.
Maybe the summer of 2023?
Somewhere in there, yeah.
And are you aware that there'd been attempts by us to try and get him moved out of the DOC into one of the local jails?
Correct.
And did you ever go to Westville and visit Mr. Allen's cell?
Visit his what? I'm sorry?
His cell, his unit up there.
No.
Are you aware that he was moved to Wabash Valley in December of 2023?
Sounds right.
And have you been down to Wabash Valley to visit him and just monitor the circumstances down there?
No.
You're aware that we asked the court to vacate the safekeeping order?
Yes.
And you and I, frankly, have had some discussions about this even in the hallway.
Yes.
Tell the judge what your plan is in terms of housing Mr. Allen. Maybe she already knows, I don't know that. But tell her what your plan is in terms of housing him over the next couple of days while we participate in the pretrial.
Ed Schroeder, the sheriff of Cass County, has agreed to house him during this hearing. They're going to transport him to Carroll County Courthouse for us, and then we will take him back to Cass County.
Okay, and so while he's here, as he is right now, is it your intention that you would be responsible for his custodial circumstances during the proceedings?
Correct.
And were those arrangements made in advance? When were those arrangements made is probably a better question.
They were made for the previous hearing, and they were just reaffirmed for this one.
All right. Excuse me, I'm having some allergies. So do you believe that these circumstances can be maintained with Mr. Allen beyond the pretrial proceedings until we conclude the trial in this case?
I think it's possible, yes.
Have you talked to Sheriff Schroeder about that?
Yes.
And have those discussions even involved the finances that would be associated with housing him in another county?
Yes.
Okay. And transportation, is that a big part of that discussion?
Correct.
Is it accurate to say that Sheriff Schroeder has asked for the assistance of one additional state trooper and a vehicle to assist with the transport?
Correct.
And is that something that you've been able to accommodate?
Not yet.
Is that something you think you're going to be able to accommodate?
I believe it could be accommodated, yes.
And in fact, we took your deposition back in May of 2024, right?
Yes.
And at that time, there were some questions posed to you regarding these transportation accommodations.
Yes.
And do you acknowledge that you essentially told us in the deposition, us being Mr. Baldwin and I, that you had believed you'd worked out the transportation issues associated with this now?
Wait, hold on. Okay. Correct.
And that involved getting some assistance from the state police?
Correct.
Do you agree? Well, let me ask you this. Do you think that there's any circumstance that exists at Wabash Valley which would suggest that Richard Allen is in danger of serious bodily injury or death?
At Wabash Valley?
Yeah.
I don't know the circumstance down there.
Okay. And are you aware of any circumstances that exist where he's been a threat to someone else because of something he's done while he's been incarcerated?
I'm unaware of anything personally.
So your idea of getting him moved to another facility is mostly just a logistical issue, right?
Somewhat, yeah.
And if he were to be moved to Cass County, are you comfortable that the facilities over there are adequate to house him while we await this trial?
Sheriff Schroeder believes they are, so I trust Sheriff Schroeder.
Have you been to the jail down there?
It's been a long time. I haven't been there since their addition, but I've been there in the past.
Are you aware that we were graced with a new second half of the facility in the last year or so?
Yes.
And that there's a couple hundred more beds that are available there?
Correct.
Is it your understanding that's a pretty modern, state-of-the-art facility in terms of jails?
Correct.
And are you comfortable in talking with the sheriff that he has an adequate confinement circumstance there to house Mr. Allen?
Yes, he believes so. So,
Does he have the right cells, the right type of cells, and isolation and circumstance to assist him?
correct. He said he has, yes.
So you don't have any problems with that? You have one problem.
I do have one problem.
We talked about this in the hallway.
We did.
Tell the judge about that.
So, under our normal circumstances, we house people at Cass County already, and if there's a problem with an inmate or anything medical occurs, Cass County Jail picks up the phone and says, "Come get this inmate, take him back." I don't believe that would be something we could accommodate if that were to happen. So, my fear is if we vacate the safekeeping, that may happen. So, I guess if I question it, is can the safekeeping just still be in place but change from DOC to Cass County?
So, what you would want the judge to do is essentially modify the last paragraph of the order to reference that he would be transferred to the custody of Cass County, but if those circumstances would change, that the DOC would be the backup essentially.
Correct.
You could also just petition the court and ask for it to be modification, right? That's also an option.
I could, but that I'm sure will take a little bit of time for that to happen.
Well, the last time you petitioned, it happened immediately.
When Todd Lesenby did, I think it was relatively quick, yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. McClelland.
Thank you, Judge. So, Sheriff Liggett, if a safekeeping order is vacated today, Richard Allen comes back to Carroll County Jail, correct?
Correct.
And he's put in general population with the other inmates in Carroll County Jail because we don't have solitary confinement here.
No, we do not have any kind of solitary. We have a padded cell, but it is not housing.
No toilet in there. There's no shower. It's basically a padded
It's a padded cell.
so square cell. And so at that point, you absolutely could contact another county and see if they would house him.
Correct.
And you've done that in the past.
Correct.
But if he's housed in Carroll County Jail, do you have concerns about his safety?
Yes.
Do you have concerns about your ability to house him in the Carroll County Jail?
Yes.
And so it's your opinion that the safekeeping order at this point is still necessary.
Yes, I believe the safekeeping is still necessary.
And do you have any preference of where he's housed at this point?
No.
And so do you believe where he's housed now in the Department of Correction is adequate?
Yeah, I have no reason to believe differently.
So you know they have mental health medical personnel down there to be able to take care of any medical needs he may have.
Correct.
Do they have mental health professionals there that may be able to take care of any mental health needs that he needs?
Correct.
And they're able to transport him back and forth to the hearings, is that correct?
What? Say that last part again.
When he's housed at the DOC, who's responsible for the transport back and forth to the hearings?
State police have been taking care of that for us.
And so is it your testimony today that you want him housed at Cass County?
I don't care where he's at. He can't be with mine, but the safekeeping should still be in place.
Okay, I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Mr. Rosie.
Do you agree that he's being held currently in a solitary confinement setting?
I've not been told that. I don't know.
What about when he was in Westville? Do you agree that he was held in a solitary confinement setting?
At some point, yes.
You're aware that Warden Gallipo has testified in this courtroom before regarding his detention circumstances, right?
I know he testified, yes.
And you're generally aware that he basically had been living in an 8x12 cell for the last 15 to 20 months, if I did the math right?
It's about the same size as our cells.
Okay, but you're aware that that's the circumstance?
Okay.
And that he's been cut off from contact with other inmates other than just yelling through the doors?
I assume that, yes.
Okay, now in terms of, you said earlier that you thought that his current detention circumstances were adequate, I think was the word that you used. Do you recall that just a few minutes ago? Mr. McClelland questioned you.
Correct.
You and I talked about solitary confinement when I deposed you back in May of 2024, didn't we?
Yes.
And did you acknowledge at that time that there are some very specific rules regarding solitary confinement
Yeah.
within the prison or the jail setting?
Correct.
And you advise that you have standards which are actually offered up to probably through the Sheriff's Association on how to detain people in solitary confinement and the length of those stays.
Yeah, it's through the Department of Corrections.
So basically you adopted the DOC standards.
Well, they set the standards for us, yes.
And you acknowledge that there's a threshold within those standards that basically says that 30 days is kind of the maximum limit that one should be solitary confined unless there's some exceptional circumstances.
I believe the rule is that 30 days being a maximum, then they have to have some sort of administrative hearing to continue it.
Fair enough. That's what you told me at the depot, right?
Correct.
And do you agree that the reason for that rule was because holding someone in solitary confinement could be detrimental to their mental health?
Judge, I'm gonna object at this point. I'm not sure how this goes into the safekeeping of whether or not he's endangering Carroll County or not, or whether or not that safekeeping should be vacated.
Judge, because Mr. McClellan asked Mr. Liggett if he thought his current circumstances were adequate, and his answer was yes. Our response is that they're not adequate. That's a part of the reasons why we've asked the court for assistance, so I think it's relevant.
Overruled.
Thank you. So you acknowledge that this threshold of 90 days exists, right?
Yes.
And one of the reasons why that exists is because it's known in the industry that holding somebody for longer than that in solitary confinement could be detrimental to their mental health.
I'm sure it could be, yes.
And he's been alone now for the better part of a year and a half, right?
I'll take your word for that. He's been in held, yes, I don't know where that entire time.
Do you have any reason to believe he's in general population down in Wabash Valley?
I highly doubt it.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. McClelland.
Yes. Is he going to be in solitary confinement if he's housed in Cass County
He's going to be in a segregation cell, yes.
by himself?
I assume so.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right. Well, thank you, Sheriff.
Uh,
You had more?
May I ask another question or two?
Sure.
Have you seen the cells at the new jail at Cass County, the solitary cells?
I have not.
Has Sheriff Schroeder explained to you what those cells, how they're set up and how they're structured?
No.
You're building a new jail here, right?
Correct.
Have you looked at the designs for your new jail?
I have.
If I told you that they're the same down there in Cass County, situated such that there are some rooms in solitary cell with access to the day room, would that sound consistent with your plans here in Carroll County, Sheriff?
No, ours is different.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Anything else, Mr. McClelland?
No, Judge.
Well, all right. Well, thank you, Sheriff. You may step down.
Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Judge, I've got marked as Defendants A and an affidavit of Sheriff Schroeder from Cass County. I'd be able to read it into the record, but I don't know that I necessarily need to do that. But
I'm sorry. You were talking and walking at the same time, and I can't handle that. So I need you
what
to
the fuck?
repeat what you said.
I'm sorry. So
Repeat that, please.
I'm presenting to the court Defendant's Exhibit A, which is an affidavit of Edward Schroeder, who is the sheriff of Cass County. This affidavit acknowledges that he has communicated with Sheriff Liggett and that there are arrangements that have been made to house Mr. Allen. The affidavit also acknowledges that the facility in Cass County is adequate to house him through the trial in this case. The affidavit also acknowledges that...
Well, perhaps we could admit it before we start arguing it. Okay? Okay.
I move to admit Defendant's Exhibit A.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Liggett. We will see you shortly.
Peace!
Nick.
Okay. So, Mr. Rosie, can you call your next witness?
If you tell me what page.
You're on the next. You're on volume 4, page 146.
Damn, it's raining hard again. 146.
line 3.
I'm getting there. Who is it? It's going to be a surprise to me too. Oh, I'm Mr. Baldwin. Hold on, I got to change. I got to change my outfit. Hold on.
So how's it going, Judge?
So this weekend we're gonna be up at the lake house. You gonna be there, Nick?
Yeah, we're having the barbecue with the jurors.
I think that's gonna be closer to the next hearing, but
Oh,
I think
10-4. Oh, oh, he's back. He's back.
I'll get back to work, people. Jesus Christ. Call Kevin Murphy to the stand.
I object.
Mr. Murphy. Oh, we have an echo, Mr. Murphy.
You sound like you're underwater. Who is this?
Unindicted.
Is this Shaboobies? Oh.
Mr. Murphy. Oh, still an echo. We're having a tech issue. We'll be starting soon.
What are we doing?
I don't know. I feel like we're in her pocket. Unindicted.
Yes, I'm right here.
Get me out of your pocket.
Oh my God. I'm right here.
Yeah, real far away.
Where's that screen?
All right, I'm gonna kick you and then rejoin.
Okey dokey.
I heard okie dokie. Did you guys hear that?
I can't comment.
All right, let's see. See if we can fix our tech issues. We may need another Kevin Murphy. I'll allow it.
Did Shaboobies leave us?
No, Shaboobies is still here.
Okay.
Boobies.
I'm just gonna see if we can give her another minute. See if we can get unindicted back. There we go. Let's try it again. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy?
I'm right here.
Still
No.
far away.
Very far away. I can hear you now, though. I know you said I'm right here or something like that, but it's not. Mic is bad.
Maybe I'm too bad or something like that a little bit.
Might be in your settings. That's okay. We have another. Maybe we can get it fixed. We can just do another Murphy now, but we do have another Murphy testimony in just a little bit, so maybe we can get your mic fixed in your settings.
Great. I'm going to go right in there now.
If you have headphones in, I'd get rid of them.
Yeah, if you have headphones in, definitely dump those.
Object.
Spugs, can you switch to Murphy? I see you, Cuffio. What you say? What you say?
Hello.
Oh, we're getting Kevin Murphy.
Okay.
Kevin Murphy looks a lot like a different sheriff still, so I think they're just getting their outfit on.
Object.
All right, Mr. Baldwin, go ahead and call your witness to the stand.
Call Kevin Murphy to the stand.
I actually don't know if that is or not, but somebody's going to tell you.
Well, we can't argue. I've never seen him. Have you?
I can't.
Well, we're just going to go.
I'm assuming she Googled Kevin Murphy, so it's got to be a Kevin Murphy. That'll work.
Oh my shit.
It was one of those Google searches, you know, and it's like
We did a
Kevin
Cecil,
Murphy, Delphi,
I
FBI.
don't think hold on, let me see. I don't think that's him.
It's from a YouTube Fox 59. It says Web Extra retired FBI agent says Delphi killer will be caught.
Object.
Let's just go with it. All right, I'm good.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's too small for me to see anyway. All right.
No, I don't think it is. This looks like Joe Biden. It does look like Biden. Oh, okay.
Well, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
State your name for the record.
I think it's Kevin Murphy.
You have to say it like, who was that? Was that Dave Chappelle? Was it Peter Murphy? Peter Murphy.
Charlie.
Joe did it.
Okay. Kevin Murphy.
Kevin, what do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer in Beverly Shores, Indiana.
How long have you been at Beverly Shores?
2 years.
What did you do prior to that?
I worked briefly in court security in Porter County, Indiana, which is our courthouse. I substitute taught auto shop. I worked briefly at Valparaiso University.
What about before that?
I was with Indiana State Police from June of 1995 to July of
Julie?
2021. I need to get it together, guys. Sorry. July of 2021.
How many years is that?
26 and some change.
And how did you leave the state police? Did you retire? Were you fired? That's what I'm getting at.
I retired.
Okay. And in your 27 years, did you ever have any write-ups or anything and problems or?
Like a 553 allegation of misconduct?
Sure.
No.
Okay. Did you ever work in any capacity on the Delphi murders, investigating the Delphi murders?
Yes.
Tell the judge about that, how you got involved and what you did.
Around February 13th of 2017, I was made aware that 2 girls had gone missing. I offered, with other members of my task force, to be available if needed, and we got the call on Sunday night, which had been the 19th, because we were here on Tuesday, the 21st of 2017.
And what happened when you started getting involved in the investigation?
We met at the town hall, where that was the command center at that point, and I met Kevin Hammond and Sheriff Liot, and we started grabbing tips and just started hammering them out.
Okay, and that was in really early on, February of 2017, when did your time working on the case end?
October 1st, 2019.
So from 2017 to 2019, were you working on anything else or was it pretty much just Delphi?
I was on task force at the FBI in Merrillville. Sometimes we had terrorism details to go out on, but if we didn't have something on the burner, then I was here.
Okay, have you ever heard of the name Brad Holder?
Oh, yeah.
Who is he?
Brad Holder is a subject of interest in this case, was a subject of interest from very early on.
Okay, and would you call him was he a suspect in this case?
He was not considered a suspect in some circles. In the circle that I was part of, with the investigation that we led, the answer to that is yes.
Okay, and why was he a suspect in the circles? Well, strike that. Let's define some of our terms here. Who were the circles that you're talking about?
Specifically, Greg Ferenczi, Terry Hott PD, he's now deceased, Todd Click, the Assistant Chief of Rushville Police, and myself.
And when you were investigating the Delphi murders, who are you reporting to?
We had a chain of command, of course, and I always reported to Jay Harper, a detective out of the Lafayette Post.
And would the same be said, if you know, for Greg Ferenczi? Would he follow the chain of command and go up to Dave Harper or someone else in Unified Command?
Greg Ferenczi would go through me, and then I would go forward it to Jay Harper.
Okay, so you were
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
I wasn't sure if it was my internet.
Objection.
Thanks.
fucking
By the way,
call.
I'm pretty sure that is Kevin Murphy. By the way,
Oh, it is?
yeah,
It looks like Joe Biden.
yeah. Well,
Okay, where the hell was I? What was I saying?
great men all look alike. Just kidding. Okay, go ahead.
So you were on line 22.
Okay, so you were familiar with what Greg Ferenczi was doing as well?
Yes.
Okay, and what was he doing?
He was doing most of the social media work, making a connection between Rushville, Indiana and Delphi, Indiana.
Okay, so when you say some of the social media, are you talking about Greg Ferenczi was looking at, whose social media was he looking at, if you know?
There were multiple people involved. Brad Holder, one who we've mentioned, Patrick Westfall, Elvis Fields, Johnny Messer, Ned Smith, Rod Abrams.
And can you and we're giving a little bit, well, strike that. I need to remember why I'm here today. Let me pause for a second because I'm getting in. Why do you think that Brad Holder was a suspect?
Based on notes and discussions and hours of investigations with Greg Ferenczi initially, and then the multitude of trips we made to Rushville, where we had initially just the services of Todd Click, and then he joined in the investigation. We just thought it was an undeniable link between the two communities with the activities that all of them that I've stated were involved in.
Okay, I'm handing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit S. Can you identify that for me and tell me what that is?
This is a multitude of field notes that are a printed out Word document that I saw at my deposition, but I've never seen it prior to that deposition in printed form because every supplement I did involving this case was field notes at the interview in this notebook, and then that was followed up by a Word document on my issued state police laptop, and then that Word document helped create my report, my leads, my tips, the supplement to the case, and notes like this were always attached in a Word document to those said cases and those said leads.
And you have seen that document before at your deposition, correct?
The one and only time, yes.
Okay, and are those your words? Are those your notes?
Yes and yes.
And just give the judge a little flavor of how you would get from the investigative portion where you're interviewing somebody to those notes. How did that all happen? It's kind of a bad question, but
I can answer you.
okay.
I would get a tip or a lead from either Jay Harper, Tony Liggett, or Kevin Hammond, and then I would advise them, well, I'm going on that tip, I'm going on that lead. Sometimes I had someone with me, most oftentimes I did not. I would contact the person that I needed to talk to, make arrangements to speak with them, preferably in their home. I would sit down, interview them the way I've done for years, take notes. More often than not, I was getting cooperation from them for a swab, because I normally always got a DNA swab, and then I would put everything into my notes, and I wouldn't even leave their driveways. I'd get on my laptop, print up the Word document, I'd come back here to the command center, and I'd just put my tip or lead together. And one thing that was important to me is I didn't go to bed at night till whatever I did that day was completed. And I stuck to that for 2.5 years.
What is your memory of any linkage between, well, strike that. Well, I'd move to admit exhibit. What's the sticker number?
S.
Objection.
SSS as in Sam.
S as in Sam.
S.
No objection, no objection, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, S is admitted.
The second entry there, can you read that? The second entry? Can you read that out loud for me, please?
February 2018, sir.
Yes.
Troopers Holman and Murphy interview Elvis Fields at Rushville PD. Elvis denied being part of any murders in Delphi. Elvis consents to DNA swab, buccal swab, taken by Murphy. Elvis ends interview stating he is tired and wants to go home. Murphy drops off Elvis at his residence in the trailer park. Elvis exits car and starts walking toward his trailer. Elvis then turns around and comes back to Murphy's car. Elvis asks Murphy that if his spit is found on one of the girls, but he could explain it away, would he still be in trouble?
Okay, thank you. You heard those words from Elvis Fields?
Word for word.
And what did you do after you heard those words?
Well, number one, I documented it. And number two, I got a hold of Jay Harper at Unified Command and told him what I'd just been told.
Had you explained prior to dropping Elvis off and prior to him asking that question what the purpose of the buccal swab was?
Yes, he was clear on what it was.
Was there any connection that you found or Ferenczi found between Elvis Fields and Brad Holder?
Yes.
What are those connections?
Through the Rushville Delphi connection, through the Facebook, and as I recall sitting here, Elvis liked to follow others, and he had this knack of wanting to follow Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall, and he would often, from Greg Ferenczi's explanation, follow what they would do on Facebook.
Okay, and so when you say they followed each other, or who followed who, to your knowledge?
Elvis followed Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall.
Was there any explanation as to why that you found out a guy in Delphi, Indiana, Brad Holder, whose son dated Abby Williams, knew about a guy named Elvis Fields 125 miles away or whatever it is between Rushville and Delphi?
So what are you asking me?
Did you ever figure out how that connection might have formed? Was that part of your investigation?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
Through the rituals that they would conduct and through wanting to be a part of what they would conduct. And Elvis's connection to all of that was through Johnny Messer.
Now, that document that I just handed you, when was the first time that you saw that?
It was on August 10th, the date of my deposition.
Who had that document the first time that you saw that?
Lieutenant Ham Sandwich.
Okay, let's talk about that day. This is August the 10th, you said?
Objection.
Of last year?
Yes,
We had subpoenaed you to come into right next to the back wall. There's a jury room. We asked you to come in for a deposition, correct?
you did.
Can you tell? I heard a commotion out in the hallway. Can you tell the judge what happened out in the hallway?
Lieutenant Ham Sandwich had been in a lengthy deposition, as you're well aware, because you took said deposition. I had not seen Lieutenant Ham Sandwich in almost 4 years. I thought when he came out, just be a big embrace, a hug. But he was frustrated. I was frustrated. And he had this document, and I didn't know what it is.
Okay, then what happened?
I went to embrace him, and he said, "What the F is this?" And I said, "Jerry, I don't know, Jerry." And then I started looking through it, and I went, "Those are the field notes that I did that were attached to supplements electronically from the Delphi case." And I had not seen them ever, other than when I sent this document into my Word document to save. And he said, "Well, how the F did you get them?" And didn't know if they is the state, if it was the defense, if it was the prosecution. I didn't know where it came from.
So it was first, what the F is this? And then how the F did they get this? Or did they get it? Is that right?
Well, yes, but you're talking about two football coaches just in the heat of the moment being upset with, a little bit. So, yeah,
It was pretty heated in that hallway.
very briefly, but
So it was a brief amount of heat for a brief.
yes.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. We're here in a motion to dismiss Brad Holder, and they're alleging that the state intentionally destroyed Brad Holder's phone dump, an interview with Brad Holder, and images from Brad Holder's Facebook page. I've let Mr. Baldwin go very far afield here. But how is this relevant to what we're here to argue?
How is it relevant?
Because in order to grant the motion to dismiss, Judge, you have to either find that evidence, in this case, Brad Holder's phone dump, before it was the missing evidence or the taped over of Brad Holder interview, was either exculpatory or potentially useful. If it's exculpatory, it's out. If it's not, and it's potentially useful, I still have to prove intentional acts on, or bad faith, if you will, but intentional behavior on the part of law enforcement. And I think what we just heard was Jerry Holman asked, how the F did they get this? Which, Judge, could mean, how did they get this? They weren't supposed to get this. And that's why, because we have to prove intentionality, Judge, we have to prove that. I'm not expecting anybody to get up on the stand, Jerry Holman or anybody else, and say, yeah, we destroyed the Brad Holder's phone extraction. We intentionally erased things. I don't expect that. So what we were left with is basically circumstantial evidence. This is a piece of that circumstantial evidence, as is a number of other things I will be arguing when I conclude. So that's what the relevance is.
May I respond, Judge?
Sure.
First step is they've got to establish these things existed. Brad Holder phone dump existed. The Logan interview, the Brad Holder interview at Logansport existed. They haven't even made it over that first hurdle yet. I don't know how any of this is relevant to whether or not those things existed. And then show the state somehow or law enforcement intentionally erased those or covered those up or withheld those. I just don't see how any of this is relevant to the motion to dismiss. It may be relevant to a third party motive later, wink, but I don't see how it's relevant to the motion. We're here to argue right now, Judge.
Is this going to get tied up at some point in time?
I'm done with him, actually.
Oh,
That's not my question.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, on my final summation, I'll be tying everything together.
All right. I'll give you a little leeway, but you're getting really far afield.
Okay. And I'm going to be tying it up with my final summation. So,
Are you done
yes.
with your direct?
No other questions.
Mr. McClelland?
I object. Thank you. I can't. Excuse me. Officer Murphy, good afternoon. Did you ever personally interview Brad Holder? Or Brad?
I've never met Brad or Brad Holder or spoke to them.
So it's safe to say you never asked Brad Holder for his phone to be able to dump his phone?
Never.
Okay. And did you ever examine Brad Holder's Facebook page?
No, I don't know how to do that kind of stuff. That's why he looks like Biden.
Okay. Well, and I don't want to get too far away from this motion, but some of the questions Mr. Baldwin asked you about your interviews, these various people, were you ever able to, in your entire investigation, ever able to place Elvis Fields in Delphi at the time of the murders?
No, I could not.
And what about Brad Holder?
In Delphi?
At the time of the murders?
No.
Did you ever gather any information through your investigation that there was evidence related to the murders on Brad Holder's phone?
No.
Did you ever gather any evidence in your investigation that there was any evidence related to the murder on Brad Holder's Facebook page?
I never saw Brad Holder's Facebook page prior to my deposition.
And you had nothing to do with the interview of Brad Holder at Logansport Police Department?
I didn't know it happened.
Just a moment, Judge. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Baldwin.
No other questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, officer. You may step down. Could we retrieve that exhibit, please? I'll take it.
Okay, now what?
So Jen was up here.
Wait.
Jen, what happened to you? So that wraps up the 2 missing testimonies that we had from July 30th. We already did all the testimony we had from July 31st. So now we are going to be going to the missing testimony from August 1st of 2024. Jen is Keneva Mapps.
Oh,
Tell me what volume and page.
Volume 5, page 36. Jen, do you know how to change your name? Mr. Murphy, we'll see you shortly.
Peace!
okay.
We lost Baldwin instead. Oh, maybe they're changing their...
So about the barbecue. Oh,
wait, hold. There's a witness in the room. Jen, do you know how to change your name or your picture or anything along those lines? Can you hear me, Jen?
object to this entire line of questioning.
Go do another line, Nick. You'll be fine.
Dippity-dee.
Spugs, you may be Keneva Mapps. Jen? Jen?
Why can't we ever hear anyone?
I don't know.
Also, StreamYard looks different.
It is different. They updated it while I was gone. Jen, can you even hear us? We can't hear you. Is it still echoing for you? Because you're on here with us now. And I don't hear any echoes. Please do not drink before arriving to testify. Somebody should have told Paul O'Keefe that.
Boobs.
Boobs. Shaboobies.
We need to hurry up.
I know.
I have a date, you know. A movie date.
That's not for a while.
A movie date that I'll still be talking about 2 decades from now.
I'll be dead in 20 years, so that's fine.
You won't.
Old. No.
This is a movie date over on Publicly Buzzed.
Yeah, not a real date.
We don't even know what she's watching.
Oh. What? Can we just wrap this up for the day?
No, we can't.
We've been
We got
here like
more.
10 minutes, I feel like. Oh, 50. Okay.
No, I meant the case, Brad.
Can't we just let Richard Allen free?
I object.
Of course. Bro, I could never be an attorney. I'm here to tell you.
Oh
Like,
shit, that's like we just
I'd
let
have
her
to be
cross
muzzled.
for iniquity and subjects.
I would have to be muzzled. There's no way. I can't control my face.
My face. Yeah.
Objection. He wore sweatpants. He cannot be freed.
Objection. Suck it.
Ew, he's so greasy. I would never.
I mean, could you imagine?
No.
No. I know. I shouldn't even have said it. Sorry.
Totally could. I could totally imagine.
He's such a greaseball. He probably has all kinds of, like, what do they call them? Like sebaceous cysts or whatever.
Oh,
Blech!
Oh
You know
my
what I mean?
god!
guys.
See, this is what happens when we have technical issues.
Oh.
Okay, so let's do one more witness and then we'll break for lunch.
Okay, but we have to get a witness, though. Is she
You
baby
do.
still here?
You have Keneva Mapps on the stand that you called.
We do?
Yes.
I never heard nobody.
Miss
Kitty,
Mapps.
are you here, girl?
Oh, it is a girl.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a girl.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your name?
Hold on, actually. Oh, God, I'm sorry. One sec.
Dude, the intermissions are always amazing.
Object.
You can't just object to everything.
He does, and he wins, so.
It's true.
Object.
Sustained.
What the hell was that? Yo, I've been home alone for like 3 hours, and I've heard so many serial killers in my home. Just random sounds that I've never heard before.
Hold on. Jen thinks that they have theirs connected. Hold on. Let me just see real quick. Jen, are you connected? Because we can
you
have.
hear me?
Oh, even better. Bye.
You can't go that far.
Yeah, no, we have like several
Yeah,
more.
you're up next, Amber.
I had a picture of the map of Delphi and everything.
Well, let's make sure that her mic and everything works first.
Can y'all
Hi,
hear
Jen.
me?
I can hear you.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah, you said.
You sound good? You feel the sound
I feel,
okay?
I feel good, yeah.
You feel good?
I feel
You feel
good.
all right? You ready to do this?
Okay, who am I? Anita Mapps.
Keneva Mapps.
I need a map. Okay.
Okay, what's your name?
Keneva Mapps.
I need a map.
And Miss Mapps.
It's not.
That's you, Teresa, busting in.
Well, I don't even know if she has the thing up and ready to go.
Oh.
I have it up.
Yeah,
oh, you
she
did?
answered
Okay.
me.
Object.
So, Miss Mapps.
All right. Well, thank you, counsel.
No.
We'll do one more witness and then we'll break for lunch. And I understand this next witness should be fairly short and then we'll break for lunch. You called Keneva Mapps.
You told me page 37.
I did not say a page. Yes, and I will ask when I ask you to state your name. I will ask you to spell your name for the record. Witness.
What is your name?
Keneva Mapps.
And Miss Mapps.
Hold on. I need her to spell that.
Go ahead and spell your name for the record.
Spell my name? Okay. Kenneva, last name Mapps, Mapps.
Where do you work?
Westville Correctional Facility.
What do you do there?
I am a lead investigator.
And that's a pretty general description, no offense, but just tell the judge in a little bit more detail what that entails.
We investigate wrongdoings of offenders, staff members, visitors. We do a number of things. We do investigations, of course. We interview, we make rounds, we interact with the offender population.
How long have you been working with the DOC?
27 years.
And you've been, I read an article on this lady. Okay, wait. So, and you've been in investigation 17 years. Is that right?
19.
19? Okay. You have a high school education
Yes.
and some college.
Yes, sir.
You know what a safekeeper is in the DOC?
In technical terms, no. But I do know that they are not an actual incarcerated individual. They're being kept there for safekeeping.
Did you tell me that you didn't even know what that term meant until we got involved in this situation?
Basically, yes.
So the idea that somebody was a safekeeper in your facility from a technical standpoint didn't mean anything to you until
I did know that.
it was brought to your attention in this case.
I knew that he wasn't technically an incarcerated individual.
Can you remember a time in your service with the DOC, 27 years, that you've ever dealt with someone who was a safekeeper or had that designation?
Not hands-on, no. We have had a couple in the facility, but I have not had to deal with them.
You familiar with Richard Allen?
Yes, he was at the Westville Correctional Facility.
Have you ever talked to him directly?
No.
Before I forget, I'm gonna get off the point for a second. Do you have an information system at the prison that you access to obtain personal information about offenders?
Personal information about the offenders?
Yeah, what their crimes were, what their health situation is, anything like that?
We have access to it if needed, but that's not something that we just access just because.
What information system is that?
We have OIS, but it's no longer up.
What's OIS stand for?
Offender Information System.
Oh, okay. And when you say it's no longer up, when did it go down, if you could estimate?
Oh, it's probably been down a year and maybe a month.
A year and a month?
Yeah.
So if you wanted to access the records of John Doe, who was housed in, let's say, Pendleton, how would you do that?
We have a system called Delta as of now.
Is that the one that's now the modern day OIS?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you had OIS, now you have Delta.
Yes.
And are you able to access information, personal information regarding offenders in other facilities through Delta?
You could if needed, but if...
Is that a yes?
I'm waiting for it to scroll. Yeah, okay. Yes, you could if needed, yes.
Click on a mouse or hit some buttons on your keyboard and...
Yes.
Quick enough?
Yes.
And are prison employees or anyone that works in the prison allowed to use that database for personal reasons?
Only certain departments.
Okay, what departments would that be?
There are various departments, but I do know offhand investigations, classifications, administrative staff, wardens, caseworkers, case managers, unit team managers. It may be some more that I may be missing, but I do know those offhand.
I'm going to ask the question a different way just to make sure we're talking about the same thing. Do all those people have the authority to access that information for their own personal use, not related to employment?
No, you cannot access it for personal use.
Is that strictly prohibited by prison policy?
Yeah.
I mean, if you were decided you wanted to come to work one day and, and look up the information of somebody who was convicted and housed down in, say, Pendleton, that wouldn't be appropriate, right?
That would not be appropriate.
Are those kinds of things the kind of things that you would get involved in as the internal affair officer?
That is something that we would get involved in if...
Do those kinds of things lead to people's termination from their employment?
Possibly.
Abusing the information system?
Yes.
Violating confidentiality?
Yes.
Sorry, it's a little hard to hear in here.
I'm sorry. Yes. Do I have this close enough, or is it...
No, just speak up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's raining, making it...
Oh.
Mother Nature's bearing down on us.
Okay.
So, did you ever have contact with Warden Gallipo as it relates to Richard Allen's detention circumstances?
Yes.
Were you asked by Warden Gallipo to store information regarding videos that were taken from his cell?
Yes.
Him being Rick Allen.
Richard Allen? Yes.
Richard Allen, sorry.
Yes.
And were you asked to store written information regarding Mr. Allen's letters, log sheets, anything like that?
Yes.
And can you think of anything else that you've been asked to retain or store with regard to Richard Allen record-wise?
No, and let me strike the log sheets. We didn't store log sheets.
Okay, so you stored video, right?
Video.
What about any type of writings?
Yes, from Warden Gallipo.
And my recollection is that you actually took a hard drive to the warden at one point and let him reduce this information on that hard drive.
We supply him with the hard drives after the video was downloaded to the hard drives.
Oh, I'm sorry. You downloaded it and you took it back to him.
Well, I downloaded some because it was a progression. Me, myself, another investigator, and one of our secretaries throughout the process.
Throughout his stay there?
Mm-hmm. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
That's okay. There's a system in place for you to secure and maintain these records, right?
Yes.
And in the course of your business, is it your expectation that some of these things can be used in litigation or for litigation purposes?
Yes.
Is that one of the reasons why you store them?
Yes.
Did you ever have contact with any law enforcement officers related to this investigation while you were working at Westville?
Yes.
Tell us who those officers were.
I believe I don't remember all their names. One was Mullins. It's because they came to the facility to interview him.
Okay, so was another one named Harshman? Does that sound right?
Doesn't sound familiar.
You don't know? What about Holman?
Does not sound familiar.
But you remember Mullins?
Yes.
Stephen Mullins? Does that sound right?
Yes.
Investigator with the prosecutor's office
Yes.
here in Carroll County?
Yes.
And did Mr. Mullins reach out to you or did you reach out to them?
He reached out to me.
Okay, tell me roughly when that occurred and what was the nature of that conversation.
We didn't have a conversation like via telephone or anything. I was told that they were coming to interview him, and I took a video camera over to WCU so they could interview him. Mr. Richard Allen, I'm sorry.
Wow. Okay, so do you know when this occurred during his stay at the facility? Was it early, middle, late? Can you give us some idea?
It was at the beginning of, he was new to the facility. Mr. Allen was new to the facility.
Okay, so I'm just trying to summarize to move on. Police apparently contacted your facility and they wanted to meet with him.
Mm-hmm.
And you helped with the video part of that.
I just gave them I supplied the video camera.
Aside from that time, were there any other times that you communicated with police officers that were there to conduct an investigation regarding Mr. Allen's case?
Yes, so
Tell the judge what that was.
for Viapath or GTL, which is the offender phone system.
So were the police essentially looking to get access to his phone calls?
Yes.
And did you help them with that process?
Yes.
You gave them a link and they were able to, theoretically, they would be able to go through that link to gain access?
Yes.
And you know that because you've been working there for a long time, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the GTL system?
Yes.
Same question again now. Other than those two circumstances, did you speak with any law enforcement officers at any time regarding the investigation or regarding an investigation of Rick Allen?
We did not speak regarding the investigation with him, no. No. Are you saying like specific things or no?
Well, you answered my question.
No.
Thank you. Did you ever facilitate any meetings between law enforcement officials and other employees of the prison related to Rick Allen's circumstances?
No.
I asked you about the Suicide Companion Program. You're familiar with that, right?
Yes.
But it's not a program that you run or operate.
No.
You told me that it was part of the Plus program,
Yes.
and you thought it was faith-based,
Yes.
and you think that the inmates get time cuts for being a part of that program?
I believe so.
Are you familiar with the phrase Norse paganism?
I've heard of it, yes.
And did you tell me that, or are you familiar with the phrase Odinism
Yes.
and Asatru?
Yes.
And are those at times associated with offenders who are housed at your facility?
Yes.
Is that one of your jobs, is to keep track of gang activities?
Yes.
Is that how you know about this?
Yes.
These designations?
Yes.
Are you aware of any investigations into any prison staff members affiliated with those groups?
Yes.
What are you aware of?
Just that staff was wearing patches on their vests, but that's about the extent of it that I know.
You didn't conduct any investigations yourself?
No.
Are you one of the primary investigators at the facility when somebody's got to go out and do the basic, what I'd call police work?
Yes.
You're it, right?
Yeah, I delegate a lot, but yes.
When you say you delegate, you've got a couple of other staff members.
Yes, I have other investigators.
Okay, how many?
I have 8 investigators and 2 analysts.
And when those investigators are investigating circumstances at the prison, whether inmates or guards, inmates or staff, you know about it, right?
Yes.
You're the boss?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions for Ms. Mapps.
Miss Diener. How we get Miss Diener?
Mm.
All right.
You want to know how my brain works?
I'd fucking love to know how your brain works.
I was
Are
just
you
sitting
as
here,
in Rosie or are you as in Sleuthy?
sleuthy.
Okay.
So, like, I got Taco Bell, so I have chips and cheese. And I've been trying to eat them, like, in between spots where it's my turn to talk.
Uh-huh.
I was just now sitting here waiting for, I guess, Andy to find a picture of Diener. I'm assuming that's what we're doing. And all
Uh-huh.
of a sudden, the song that popped into my head was, I'm just a bill. Yeah, I'm only a bill.
I'm only a bill sitting here on Capitol Hill. Oh, that is the best. That is the best. My daughter and I sing that all the time.
Do kids even watch that anymore?
Yes, yeah. So she saw it. She was like talking about how they learned about bills and stuff, and
They
she was like,
should.
"We watched the video." I'm like, "No, you didn't. Did you watch I Am a Bill?" And so then we were like playing it, and then while we were in Wisconsin, it was either when we were in Wisconsin or Chicago. I don't remember which one now, but there was like a poster, and it had like a little like the guy who looks like Bill from the video, and we were cracking up, and we were like running around singing I Am a Bill.
That is so old.
I love that though. It's so perfect.
I do too. It sticks in your head, obviously, because I haven't been in school in almost 20 years. Wait, what?
A DVD of all of
I
them?
graduated in 2007.
I graduated in 96.
What?
Uh-huh.
97.
I was just barely born, did.
Mm.
Just barely born did.
Like, where do they even have, like, are they still using the VHS version?
Maybe. I don't think so. It's probably just on YouTube. They probably just stream everything.
Oh, you're probably right.
May I proceed?
Miss
Did you
Diener,
find a picture?
Of course you can.
Okay.
I'm wearing my
Changing
tie.
my name. Is it 2 N's or 1 N?
2 N's and 2 P's.
Okay. There. I'm
Nice
really
pizza cookie.
technically proficient. There we go.
You got
Oh.
it.
Yeah.
Great. I think we're all set here now. Miss Mapps, the fact that you are not familiar with safekeepers at DOC, does that have any impact on your job?
No.
And so if you were asked to or required to perform an investigation, whether it's sentence offender or safekeeper, you would do it the same way, would you not?
I would do it the same way, yes.
Is it within your responsibilities or professional knowledge to know whether a plus inmate gets or whether an inmate gets time cut from participating in plus?
Can you please repeat that?
Sorry. It is part of my it is part of my job to know. Oh, yeah. Is it part of your job?
Miss Diener, are you okay? Did Nick give you a
It's a dippity do. It's part of your job to know whether a person participates in plus program that time gets cut, right?
No.
What do you base your knowledge about time cuts with plus program on?
This is what is common knowledge.
To whom?
To staff members, to the offenders, because most of them do it for they care about people too, but they do it for a time cut.
Is that time cut given by DOC?
Yes.
And you're involved in that or just
No.
believe it happens?
I believe it happens. I'm not a part of that.
Okay. The cameras that are in the isolation cells, are you familiar with specific A107 and B107
Yes.
configuration?
Yes.
And the cameras run 24/7, or how do they operate?
They run 24/7, yes.
Do they run even if the person is sleeping, or are they motion activated?
They run most of the time. If a person is in there, it'll run, but they run 24/7 for the most part.
What would prevent it from running?
There are sometimes technical glitches that would probably play a factor in that.
Okay, but motion activation is not one of them.
No, not in the observation cell.
Okay, and specifically A-1107.
I'm not, well-versed. I'm well-versed in all the observation cells. Not just that one in particular, but they all operate about the same.
Okay, and is that video on those stored indefinitely without you doing anything?
Not indefinitely. Depends on the server. There would be technical difficulties that may prevent the server from the video from being stored on the server.
Would that be a factor in it, extracting it or putting on a hard drive in order to preserve it?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
Would you extract it and put it on a hard drive in order to save it so that it doesn't get lost from technical difficulties?
Yes.
And have you done that in the past?
Yes.
Under what circumstances do you download or extract cameras, isolation cell camera footage?
In this case or overall?
Overall?
Overall. If it is requested, if it's a part of the case. It could be numerous reasons.
So it's not uncommon?
If an incident occurs, no, it's not uncommon, no.
Okay. Did you review any of the written documents you put into evidence for Mr. Allen's incarceration period?
No.
Do you have any independent recollection of how many documents you may have received from Warden Gallipo, like a request for an inmate for him to come to see him?
Could you please repeat that?
Yeah, if Warden Gallipo testified that he had a request from Richard Allen to confess, and he indicates that he gave it to Internal Affairs,
Yes.
is that your department?
Investigations, internal affairs, it's kind of interchangeable, yes.
Okay, and he indicated that he identified it as a document to go to Internal Affairs.
Yes.
Do you know how it gets to your office from his?
At the time, I believe he gave it to one of my investigators. She brought it down and put it in the evidence room, logged it in, and put it in the evidence room.
As you sit here today, do you know what happened, if that happened more than once, specifically with Richard Allen and Warden Gallipo?
As far as I know, twice.
Okay, and if we only have one of those in our possession, you could find the other one. Is that correct?
If there is another one, I could find it, yes.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
Mr. Rosie?
You mentioned those patches. What was on those patches?
Odinist symbol.
And these cells, you obviously look at cell block video from time to time, right?
Yes.
And I should be more precise. Video from the cells, individual cells, and from the cell blocks.
Yes.
2 different things, right?
Yes.
And do the suicide cells have lights on them? Do they have lights in them?
Yes.
And do those lights stay on 24 hours a day?
I believe they can be turned off.
Do you think they could be turned totally off, or just dimmed?
They could be totally turned off. They have a window in there that would still shed light into the cell, though.
Okay. Unless it's dark out, right?
Yes.
Who has access to the control room to the prison?
Could you be more specific, please? Sorry, there are
That's okay.
dogs.
There are control rooms to the units, right?
Yes.
Who has access to those?
Officers, sergeants, captains, lieutenants.
Do you routinely see those people accessing those control rooms?
Someone has to be in the control room at all times.
Okay. Do you ever see a couple people in a control room talking to each other?
Yes, that's common.
Did you ever seek out any consent from Richard Allen to secure any of the information that you secured for the warden?
No.
Did you ever communicate with Richard Allen that, hey, I've got this information, it's available to you if you would like to have it, when you secured it?
No.
And you said that you secure information in an evidence room, right?
Correct, yes.
Kind of like a police officer would?
Yes.
You're actually a police officer, aren't you?
Yes.
You went through training at the ILEA, Indiana Law Enforcement Academy?
Actually, Newcastle, but it is accredited by the LEA, yes.
Okay. You were asked about a letter from the warden. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you recall the letter that we're talking about?
That's what he told me it was. I didn't read the contents of the letter.
Did you ever go talk to Rick to see if that letter was something that he actually prepared?
I did not talk to Mr. Allen. I have
Did you ever reach out to his legal team to report that letter existed?
no.
You just secured it?
Yes.
And you believe that the information was passed on to central office at some point?
As far as I know, yes.
Central administration is probably a more technical phrase, right?
Central office is what we would say.
Okay. Nothing further.
Miss Diener?
No other questions.
All right. Thank you, Miss Mapps. You may step down. Okay. We're going to go off the record. Thank you very much, Miss Mapps.
Well
Was that
done.
Chloe? Was that Chloe? Was that Chloe?
Chloe is dead.
Albert?
Oh.
We know she's dead. Come on, people. Come on, people. Cora is not Chloe.
Okay, here we go.
What volume and page, Teresa?
Volume 6, page 138.
Let's see.
Line number 9.
Is this?
And for anyone just coming in, we're skipping the ones that we've already read like a year ago when we actually got them.
Is this a Nick situation, or do we know?
Let's look.
Yes. But it's also a Baldwin situation, so be right back.
Go change your clothes, guys. So now that I have you guys alone, how do I convince you to vote with Nicky Boy? Because he's my favorite. Oh, sorry. Never mind. Forget I said anything. It's true. Chloe/Cora does not bark.
True. Supposedly.
Shit, did I just lose everybody? Everybody. I think I lost everybody.
I'm trapped.
Whoopsie.
Okay. Try it. Objection. Okay. Mr. Baldwin,
What?
it's you, sir. Can you call your next witness?
Oh, we would call Amber Holder. State your name for the record and spell it, please.
I'll spell it P-E-E because I gotta go pee. I was just trying to get up here, but I'll be RP. I'm sorry.
Object.
Objection. Sustained. Someone's doing the potty dance.
It's not me.
It's Amber.
This is when we need to have the ads.
Whoa.
For
Well,
our sponsorship. For our sponsors.
what was the ad? What was the ad that we added into their fake ads when we did their?
I don't remember. Oh, Jen, I just said you could be Murphy. He's next if you wanted to.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. We were just trying to think of our sponsors since we don't really have any. Nobody sponsors us.
I'll be here to tell
We have
you,
to make up the sponsors.
dude. Like, even when I listen to Peter, and I love Peter, sometimes I got to start like on a delay because I don't want to hear about his hair gel
Oh
or
my
the
god.
supplements he takes, and then I just fast forward.
Object.
I just fast forward through
Object.
that shit. Yeah.
All
No,
right,
I
Hair
didn't. I
so
didn't
gel.
hear it
Hair
either.
gel. Hair gel.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, we should definitely have some hair gel sponsors for this live.
all right, so state your name for the record and spell it, please.
I apologize. It's just I had to pull it back up. Okay.
Oh shit.
Amber Holder. AMBERHOLDER.
Amber, how old are you?
I'll be 31 in November. I'm bad with dates.
With your birthday?
What? What are you talking
I've
I've been waiting for that.
When's my birthday?
What?
Ma'am.
I object? Question mark.
I have Alzheimer's early on.
Dude, even people that are bad with dates know the day they were fucking born.
I'm
That's
bad
crazy.
with dates.
Okay,
Oh,
dates aren't your
sweetie.
I don't know how old I
Oh,
am because I'm bad with dates. That's why
oh,
you're.
wait.
honey.
I think that she's talking about why her and Brad are divorced. That's
No.
the
Yeah.
reason.
She said, I'll
She's
be
bad with
31 in
dating.
November. I'm bad with dates.
Yeah, she doesn't date very well, so stop asking her out, Mr. Baldwin.
Okay, dates aren't your strong suit?
No, sir.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a manager at Public Storage.
Yeesh. How long have you been doing that?
Almost 2 years now.
Was there ever a time that you were married to Brad Holder?
Yes, sir.
Knowing that you're bad with years, can you give us a sense of when that was?
Can we have a sidebar?
Oh my
Can,
god. Around hold on. 2018.
Okay. How were you were actually married? Is that right?
I don't even know how to fucking ask this question.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any children together?
No.
And how was the divorce? Was it acrimonious? Were you angry at everybody? Do you have a grudge against him now, or is it pleasant?
It was pleasant.
Did, after the divorce, would you go talk to him from time to time?
Yes.
Okay. Were there ever any occasions after you were separated where, you know, Brad Holder talked about the Delphi case?
After we were divorced? No.
Okay. What about before you were divorced?
Yes.
Were you separated or still together?
We were still together.
Okay. Tell me about, what did Brad Holder tell you about the Delphi case, if anything?
At the beginning of the marriage or the middle?
I object.
How would
Well,
she be able to decipher if she's bad with
I'm
dates?
I'm bad with dates, but I'm great at like time ranges.
Okay,
That was the last time, but I'm sorry. I just had to. So I'll sit down.
let's start at the beginning.
Well, when we first got together, he said that he didn't know anything about the Delphi case, that he'd never even met Abby Williams. In the middle, he said that when he was drinking, that he had a fight with Patrick next to a river, and there was some blood on a rock, and that him and Patrick were fighting because Patrick wanted to up from animal slaughter to a different type of sacrifice.
Okay. Was what was ever going on at near the water, you said? Was that what was going on there that caused the fight in question?
Well, Brad said that they were next to the water, and there was blood on a rock near it, and that Patrick wanted to up sacrificing animals to humans.
Okay. Did Brad Holder ever cut his own hand as part of a ritual?
Yes.
Tell the judge about that.
He was praying to the gods using incense in a metal bowl with flames, and he sliced his own hand to use his own blood as like a type of sacrifice.
And where would the blood go?
Into the pan that had the incense with the fire.
Did he ever cut your hand in some way?
Yes.
Was there any difference in how that happened or where the blood
No.
went? Did Brad ever tell you said that early in the marriage he said he never met Abby Williams?
He said he never met Abby Williams and he didn't know anything about the Delphi case.
Okay. Did that change later on? Did he say he knew something about it or knew who might have killed those girls?
He said that I brought it up because his son, Logan, his middle son, he kept having issues. And I sat down and talked to him, and he said that he missed Abby Williams. And I asked who Abby Williams was, and it was his girlfriend that apparently got murdered. So then I brought it up to Brad, and he was drinking a lot, and he said that Patrick killed Abby Williams.
Did he say Patrick did that alone or with other people?
He said others, and that I need to keep my mouth shut.
And did he say why you needed to keep your mouth shut?
If I talk, that they would kill me.
Do you know if Brad Holder owned knives?
Yes.
Do you know how many knives approximately?
No.
Was it lots of knives or just a few knives?
He had some at the house that we were staying in, and then he had some at his parents' house, but I don't know if he had anywhere else.
And did he make his own knives or did he buy the knives? Do you know?
Not sure.
Well, that's strange because I know he makes them. Okay. And can you describe what at least one of the knives looked like?
The knife that he used to cut his hand to praise the gods and to cut my hand was like a curvy blade with a wooden handle, and it was rusty.
Okay. What about runes? Did Brad Holder have runes? Did he?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
They're usually made out of animal bones, usually like an antler or something, but we cut it into like small circles, and then you usually grab like a wood burner and put your runes on it. But yes, he did have some of his own runes.
And what is your religion?
I follow the old Nordic gods.
Okay. And what was Brad Holder's religion?
When we first met, he said he followed the old Nordic gods. Found out he was supposed to be a 6th generation Christian preacher, and he decided to pick up my religion. But he was very confusing on that.
Okay. Did you and Brad ever pray to Odin or other gods?
We prayed to our gods, well, my gods. Odin is the main god, but there is no such thing as Odinist.
Okay. Yeah, just thank you for saying that. But you don't think, if I were to use the phrase Odinist, you don't think that that's a real thing?
No.
Why?
Well, because you could pray to one god out of all the gods, but there isn't actually like an Odinist.
Okay.
And sorry,
No, go ahead.
Odin is very protective over children, so if there would be no one in my religion to sacrifice children. We protect women, children, and the only time we hurt an animal is to use every part of that animal.
And again, what is your religion?
I follow the old Nordic gods.
Old Nordic gods. Did Brad Holder ever tell you that Pat Westfall and his crew killed the girls because one of the mothers was mixing with another race?
Yes.
When did that conversation occur?
That conversation occurred during the marriage. He said that Abby Williams' mom was sleeping with a black man.
Did Brad ever warn you about Patrick Westfall? I know we talked about that, but
Yes.
why did he say you should be concerned?
After we got divorced and I spoke to the 2 police officers at my house, they asked if I could go back and get more information. I went back and said that my best friend's sister was talking about dating Patrick, and he told me to stay. Well, he told us both to stay away from Patrick because he's very dangerous.
Did he mention anything about a fire and Patrick Westfall?
No, sir.
Nothing you remember?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Did you ever see any images on Brad's phone of kind of girls on like a forest floor?
Yes, sir.
Tell the judge about that.
I seen that Brad had multiple Facebooks, and I asked him about it, and he said that he kept forgetting the passwords, and then he kept making new ones. And I asked him about a picture I saw with 2 women in the woods, and he said those are his friends posing as dead bodies.
Okay. Why did he say there were 2 women posing as dead bodies in the woods? What was that purpose?
He said that they were reenacting like a sacrifice, but his friends were playing, and they weren't actually dead.
And how many of those photos did you see?
2.
Did Brad Holder ever tell you whether or not he and Patrick Westfall sacrificed animals?
Yes.
And what was the answer?
He said that they went hunting for deer and stuff.
Okay. Hunting would be different than sacrificing. I want to be clear.
Well, hunting is kind of like a sacrifice.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Sorry.
Because you would use the blood in a ritual, like praising the gods. Like Odin loved tobacco. He would lay a cigarette in the flames with the incense. You would also drop some type of sacrifice in there, either your blood or an animal's blood.
Thank you. I don't have further questions.
Mr. McClelland?
Okay. Ms. Holder, I may have missed this, but do you know the time period you were married to Brad Holder? Just the years? Like, July 1st of, doesn't have to be the exact, but the years that you were married?
Well, when he started drinking and saying all this stuff, I didn't want to keep me and my children in that household, so
That's fine. Do you know the years you were married?
2018, it only lasted a couple months.
Okay, so just in 2018.
I do believe so.
Okay, just killing me. Okay. During that time, he practiced, at least in part, he practiced the same religion as you did, the old Nordic gods.
Yes.
And it sounds like, I don't want to put any words in your mouth, but is it fair to say that he was conflicted on whether to practice the old Nordic god religion or Christianity?
Yes.
Okay, he was. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
He
You guys,
was.
you
Oh,
guys
my
are
bad.
you
I
guys
think
are
you guys
mixing.
are switching.
Yep.
Oh,
He was. Oh, I'm sorry.
that's okay. That's okay.
He was.
There are other religions that he was thinking about practicing during that time.
If he was, he didn't share.
Okay, you didn't know about it.
Yes.
And so, but at least, or at a very minimum, he was carrying through with practicing or praising the old Nordic gods with you, going through these ceremonies and whatnot with you at that time. Is that right?
Yes, in our bedroom.
Yeah. Okay. And so when he would cut his hand, what would be to offer blood to the gods?
Yes.
when he did that to you, I mean, was that voluntary on your part?
I was watching him do it, and he only did it once.
No, I meant, but when you said he also cut your hand, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did he hold you, y'all, okay. And did he hold you down and cut your hand, or did you willingly participate in that to say, okay, I want to sacrifice my blood and give it to the gods as well? Cut my hand too?
No, sir.
Okay.
That's
I was
obvious.
standing next to him. He grabbed my hand. It was very quickly, and he just did like a small slice right here.
Okay. All right. You said that the religion you practice, the old Nordic gods, is that the religion that's very protective over children and no one in that religion would hurt children? Is that an accurate statement?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a religion that Brad Holder was practicing, at least in part with you?
Yes.
Okay. These statements that Patrick Westfall allegedly made, did you hear them yourself?
No, sir.
And so you're getting those through Brad Holder.
Yes, sir.
Were you ever in the same location when Patrick Westfall made these statements?
Never met him.
You never met Patrick Westfall at all.
No, sir.
So you never heard him make any of these statements that Brad Holder was talking about.
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. All right. During the time you were married to Brad Holder, where did you live?
We lived first in an upstairs, like, one-bedroom apartment.
Okay, that was a bad question. Which town did you live in? Sorry.
Logansport, Indiana. Good thing she knows town names.
Logansport? Did you ever move outside Logansport?
After we married?
No, when you were with Brad. Sorry, that was a bad question. Did you ever move outside of Logansport while you were with Brad and married to Brad?
No, sir.
Okay. During the time you lived with Brad, did you and Brad ever travel to Delphi?
No, sir.
Did you ever travel to the Mona and High Bridge?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever travel to Rushville?
No, sir.
Do you know anybody by the name of Elvis Fields?
No, sir.
What about Rod Abrams?
No, sir.
What about Johnny Messer?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know during the time you were together, was there ever an occasion that you knew that Brad Holder traveled to Delphi?
No, sir.
Did he ever travel to the Mona and High Bridge?
Not that I know of.
Did he ever travel to Rushville?
Not that I know of.
Did any of these people I mentioned ever come to your house?
No, sir.
Okay. And if Brad was practicing the same religion you were at that time, it would have been against your religion to hold any kind of sacrificial killing of a child.
Yes, sir.
To even hurt a child?
Yes, sir.
You said that Brad Holder owned knives. Do you own knives?
Yes, sir.
Are knives a big part? I don't want to say a big part. Are knives a part of your religion?
Yes.
And so, is it common for somebody who's practicing or believes in the old Nordic gods to have knives?
Yes, sir.
And when I talk about knives, I'm talking about kitchen knives. I'm not talking about kitchen knives in a kitchen block. These are, I want to say, ornate knives. But these are knives that I guess aren't regular knives you would use in a kitchen. Is that fair? Insane?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the runes you talked about that Brad Holder made, would you make your runes as well or runes for you as well?
Yes, sir.
And is that part of your religion as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The fact that you carry knives and that you make runes and that you worship old Nordic gods, does that mean you do sacrificial killings?
No, sir.
Do you know anybody that you associate with that worships the old Nordic gods and participate in sacrificial human killings?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Does everybody that worships the same religion as you, do they have knives like you and Brad Holder had?
They might, but I'm not sure, sir.
Is it common?
We like knives, swords, hatchets, machetes.
What about runes? Is it common for someone who practices your religion to have runes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know Abigail Williams?
No, sir.
What about Liberty German?
No, sir.
Were they ever at your house?
No.
Okay. Just a moment, Judge. Amber, did you know Brad in 2017?
No, sir.
When did you meet? Doesn't have to be the exact day.
Thank God.
Was it the end of 2017? Did you get married? Let's back up. I'm sorry, let me withdraw the question. You said you got married in 2018. Was that at the beginning of 2018?
Maybe I said I'm bad with dates.
How long did you know him? You guys, how long did you know him before you got married?
Probably a couple months.
So it's safe to say if you met him, it may have been, well, let me rephrase that, Judge. You met him a couple of months before you were married. Did the two of you move in together right away?
No, sir.
And you didn't know him before, I guess, prior. Well, let me back up, Judge. I'm sorry. These are bad questions.
It's okay, Nikki.
Sorry, I was smelling my own finger. When you were with him, where did he work?
He said he worked at the landfill.
Okay. Did you have doubts about that?
No, but I had never been there or seen him working there, so I was taking him at his words.
But he was working?
He said yes.
Okay, I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Mr. Baldwin.
Brad Holder, did he talk about Patrick Westfall as a former friend or a current friend when you were married to him?
He said that he was a former.
And the reason that they were former friends is related to what?
Related to the argument they had next to the river.
Okay, was that part of a ritual? Was the argument over a ritual that happened?
I'm not sure. He didn't go very well into detail.
Something about blood on a stone and...
Yes.
Okay. And all right, I have no other questions.
I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Miss Holder. You may step down. And Mr. Baldwin, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. I would call Kevin Murphy. Okay. That was quick, actually. State and spell your name for the record, please. You have to unmute.
Hold on. I think we have two Kevin Murphys.
I only see one.
Charlie.
Kevin Murphy is up here right now as we speak.
Okay. Hi, Skinny.
That is not Kevin Murphy.
Sorry.
Oh my God.
Wait, who's Kevin Murphy then?
Me. I'm
Are
ready.
you doing? Okay, so I thought. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so I guess we don't need the other Kevin Murphy. I apologize. I think I overscheduled Kevin Murphy's.
Oh, is he ready?
No, it's fine. You're good. It was my fault.
Okay.
Okay, state and spell your name for the record, please.
Kevin Murphy, KevinMurfy.
No. Thank you. What does everyone call you?
What's everyone call me?
Murphy?
Murph.
Murph is good. All right, Murph. Why are you here?
I have a subpoena.
Give us a little background. I know you did this on Tuesday, but we're back on the record, so just a brief background. What do you do now?
I gotta find that. Hold on. There we go. I'm a police officer. The name of the town is Beverly Shores, Indiana.
How long have you been doing that?
2 years.
And then before that?
I did the shop teaching for a while after I retired from state police in the Valpo community schools, a short stint at Valpo University, and then I did court security, like the officers do here in Porter County, which is in Valparaiso. Didn't we do this?
Valparaiso.
Yeah, and then
Valparaiso.
before that, that was the state police.
State police from June of 95 to July of 2021.
All right, and did you leave on good terms?
Yes.
Meaning you retired?
In good standing, yes.
In good standing. Okay. I want to direct your attention to your involvement. Were you involved in the Delphi investigation, murder investigation?
Yes, I was.
And can you give the judge an idea of the time frame in which you were involved?
The first day would have been right after Martin Luther King Jr. Day, which would have been February 21st of 17.
Okay, and all the way through October 1st of 2019?
Oh, and all the way through October 1st of 2019.
Oh, whoops. And I can't remember you. I think I asked you Tuesday, but were you on this Delphi death investigation the entire time? And that's what you did the minute you got up? Or was it days that you didn't work on that?
There were some days when we had details at the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. The main office was in Indy, but we worked out of a sub office in Merrillville.
When you first got involved, just give the judge an idea of were you in a room and there's a bunch of people? Did you meet one-on-one with somebody? How did that all go down?
Early on in the investigation, we were in the old Delphi Town Hall upstairs. Sometimes hundreds of officers. We'd get down there 8:30 and usually have a briefing and go over what had transpired the day before and then the tips and leads we were all going out on and often divided into people teams.
And how much information were you being given in the mornings at these briefings, and who was giving the information?
The information generally came from Unified Command. Oftentimes it was Lieutenant Ham Sandwich. It might be Sheriff Liggett. It might be Detective Kevin Hammond, just depending on the day.
And then I'm presuming that that wasn't the only time you received information at these briefings in the morning. Were there other conversations, private or not private, in the sense that it's whispering, but just as a matter of course in the investigation, talking from one person to another? Were there those kinds of conversations as well
Yes.
outside of briefings? Give me example of how that might come to be.
I remember early on, I went out a lot with my classmate, who's a lieutenant at Bremen, Lieutenant Chad Larsh, and we seemed to go out on a lot of the tips that involved the most terrain, the most difficult people to find, because we'd been SWAT team members and worked well together, and we were always teamed up during those years. So we did a lot of details that were sometimes more difficult to get to.
What was your understanding of the time frame of when the girls were killed? What was your understanding, and what was that understanding based on?
So approximately after the last evidence of them being on the bridge, which I think, was 2:13, might have been 2:15. So from that general window of 2:15 to about 3:30 that afternoon, so about an hour and 15-minute time frame.
And when and where did you get that as the chunk of time that it took for those girls to be abducted and murdered?
It was generalized from that end of the bridge to where they were found the following day on the 14th. That a fair window of how long it would have taken for everything to transpire would have been an hour and 15 minutes.
And was there ever, to your knowledge, was there ever any consideration that the time of death was sometime outside of those two frames, 10:15 and 3:30?
I had never actually heard any time of death in the time I was here.
Again, when was the first time that you were on the case that
Starting February 21st, which is a week to the day after the girls were found.
Okay, what was your understanding, if you have one, of based upon readings or based upon information you were receiving from anyone, as to how many people were involved in the murders?
Based on the crime scene, the specifics of it, the intricacies of it, it could have been as few as 2 or 3 or even maybe 5 or 6. And those two numbers always stuck out in my mind. Maybe 2 or 3, but possibly 5 or 6.
And the entirety of your tenure working on the Delphi murder case from February of 2017 to when was it?
October of 21, or I'm sorry, October of 19.
2019?
Yes.
Was it always the same, 2 or 3 people or 4? what'd you say, 5 to?
5 to 6, yes, generally it was.
Okay. Was there a time when you got involved in a part of the investigation that took you to Rushville, Indiana?
Yes, there was.
Tell the judge about how that happened and what happened with that investigation.
Prior to Christmas of 2017, actually, the week of Christmas, if I'm right, we received a tip that stated a subject from Rushville, Indiana, had admitted to a family member that he was involved in this crime.
Okay, and who was that person that had, I guess, confessed to the crime or admitted participating in the crime?
Yes, his first name is Elvis, last name is Fields.
Okay, and I know you said that came in from a tip. Do you know who the tipster was?
The tip was difficult to understand, but I think it ultimately came when my investigative partner, Greg Ferenczi of Terry Hop PD, somehow got it to our command center, and it came from a woman by the name of Misty Moore.
Okay.
And she was associated with family members through Rushville, a sibling of Elvis Fields.
All right, so once you heard that there had been some type of statement made by Elvis Fields' involvement in the murder, what then did you do?
Detective Roland Purdy and I went down there. I believe the date would have been January 27th, or January 7th. It was a Monday after the holiday of 2018.
Okay, what did you do when you went? You said you went down to Rushville?
We met here in Delphi at the command center, the old NIPSCO building, and we went to Rushville, Indiana, where we prearranged to talk to the sister of Elvis Fields.
Okay, and after you talked to the sister of Elvis Fields, what then did you do?
We got a hold of Unified Command. We thought this was a very sustainable tip, something that needed to continue to be investigated, and we continued to investigate it from that point on.
What made you think that it was worthy of being investigated?
The information provided to us by the sister was very specific about the crime scene and what had occurred, and it just seemed like information that no one else would have known.
Okay, and then what happened next?
A day later, we met up with one of our sergeants in the drug enforcement section. The following day, I believe, was a Wednesday. We met up again with Mary Jacobs and attempted to have her, through a recorded call, speak with Elvis, who was living with a sister by the name of Joyce Moffett in the little village called Dunkirk, Indiana.
Okay, and what happened then?
We did the controlled phone call. She was very anxious about it. We tried to keep her calmed down during the call, and Elvis didn't really give any indications of any involvement. And then the call went south when she just blurted out, "Elvis, why did you kill those two girls?"
Okay, that caused the call to go south?
Immediately, yes.
Okay, what happened after that?
Through the process, I had met with prosecutor Nicholas McClelland about the lead we went on. He said something to the effect of, "If it's got legs, run with it. Keep me in touch. Go get 'em."
Okay.
And Roland Purdy and I eventually made arrangements to take Mary Jacobs for a polygraph. I don't remember the exact date, but it was within a couple weeks of after that at the Indianapolis lab, and we were there for that entire polygraph. The two of us, we watched the polygraph.
What was the purpose of the polygraph?
Just the request of our investigations division to see where there would there be any indications of deception, or was she truthful, was she believable?
And did the results of the polygraph cause you to continue on or to stop?
Sorry.
Judge, Judge, I guess I don't really have a valid objection for this question.
Why are you talking?
Wow, I thought that
Uh,
was.
wait a minute. Judge, I guess I don't really have a valid objection for this question, but this absolutely is not, this is absolutely not admissible at trial level. So I'm not sure the court should consider it for a third party motive. So I'm going to object, I guess, based on absolutely no basis in law whatsoever. Anything about a polygraph is not admissible at trial. There was no exceptions that I know of.
No,
And so I'm going to object to the question, Judge.
I agree with him.
What? Okay. What?
All right, sustained then, I guess.
Okay,
Oh,
after, I don't know how else to say it because I don't know, it's a polygraph. After the polygraph, what happened?
We still continued our investigation.
Okay, and in what form?
We found, after that event, the possibility of more people being connected to the crime between the town of Rushville PD or the town of Rushville and Delphi.
Are you still working with Roland Purdy at that time, or are you working with other people?
At some point, Roland Purdy was assigned or reassigned to his FBI task force. It's out of Fort Wayne, I believe. But I started working primarily with Greg Ferenczi, who provided the initial tip on Elvis Fields.
Okay.
And due to the nature of Rushville being where it is, we developed a liaison through their PD who, at the time, was the assistant of Chief Todd Click.
And so there's kind of three guys. Let's go through kind of what each guy is doing. What was Ferenczi's primary role if he had one?
Mainly, he did the social media aspects of the case. Larger part, what was going on in Delphi, and the Rushville end of it was handled by Todd Click. But it just came upon me that my entire focus was on Elvis Fields.
Okay, so what was the next thing then that happened with Elvis Fields?
We talked to him a couple times. I remember Lieutenant Ham Sandwich and I even did some sort of interview that was recorded and we documented with Elvis Fields. And I believe he even consented to a swab for DNA.
And what happened after that swab was taken with Elvis? Did he stick around and answer questions, or?
When we finished up with him at the PD, hold on. Come in.
Okay, I'm here. She didn't want me to come in? Not me? Oh.
Jack,
Sustained.
I agree.
it's so weird.
It was really cute that when I said I agree with him, she was like, "What?" I'm surprised he didn't actually say that too.
I know.
I know. I was
You know, the look on his face was like, wait, what? You deal? Like,
like,
there's no legal grounds for the objection, but all the attorneys are going to agree on it.
it's like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just going to throw it out there. I should have read this first. Woo.
We didn't. I didn't.
Oh,
All
I haven't
right.
read any of it, yeah.
Sorry, I'm good.
Okay.
Where are
Um,
we at?
You asked us to, though. I just want you to know that we were here for you. When you
So
told us
on,
to come in, we all showed up.
yeah. So then on line 8, right? I said, "What happened? Did he stick around, answer questions, or?"
When we finished up with him at the PD, he didn't have a ride home. I remember it. I felt bad for the guy, so I got him back to his trailer in Rushville. I don't know what I could get. I didn't know that I could get you there today, but I remember getting him back to his trailer in Rushville.
And what happened, if anything, when you dropped him off?
I dropped him off and he kind of walked towards his trailer and then he turned around. And I'm like, where's this going? And he walks back and I roll down my window and I go, what is it, Elvis? Or whatever I said. I got a question for you. I said, yeah. He goes, that swab I did, if that happens to show that my spit is on one of the girls, but I can explain that away, am I in trouble? Do you know, do I have a problem? And I'm like, my response was, with the generality of it, if I can explain away why something like that happened, I said, you're good. And then I was just stunned and started making calls.
Who did you call?
My first call was to Jay Harper.
And
Ghostbusters.
was he part of Unified Command at that time?
Yes.
Okay, and then what? Who'd you call, if anybody, afterwards?
I might have called Steve Mullen. I'm not really sure. That's going way back. But I'm positive my first call was to Jay Harper.
What did you, as an investigator, consider that question that Elvis asked you to be important in terms of the investigation?
I made a mistake that day.
You made a mistake?
I made a mistake.
What was the mistake?
I should have thought about what I just heard, even though I followed command, followed the chain, and I should have just said, Elvis, let's go get some food, let's go get some food, let's go back to the PD, and let's talk. And I should have opened that up further, and I didn't. Because it just didn't seem like, without the, not support, but the resources of another officer, that it's something I should have done. And I thought we could at least revisit it immediately in the next couple days.
Okay, so this sounds like you have some regrets about how that was handled on your end.
I do. I'm human and, we make mistakes every day, and I feel like that was a mistake.
Okay, well, that does seem like kind of a big deal, what he said or what he asked. What happened then?
I documented that entire day, did my typical Word document, put it in the supplement. Might have emphasized or highlighted what he said in exact words because I felt it was I felt that it was so shocking.
Sorry, I didn't mean to turn my back to you, but I'm sorry. This is going to have to be one of those things, Judge. I can't locate the report from a couple days ago. I don't know. Do you know what I'm referring to, Judge? As Judge?
I do not. I do not know what you're talking
Uh,
about ever, really.
okay, that's fine. No, that's fine.
His report?
Yes.
Oh yeah, of course I do.
You do know what I'm talking about? Okay.
Yeah, it was defendant S.
Thank you, Defendants S. You were here the other day. I handed that to you, and just remind the court of how that thing got put together, how your report got put together.
When I wound out, and I'm sorry.
Now, do you want me for purposes of?
Oh, wait, you got another one? Okay. Go ahead.
I found
Continue.
it. I found it. I'll go ahead and thank you. I'm going to hand you Exhibit ZZ, and just take a look at that and tell me what that is. Have you had a chance to review that?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a printout of a lengthy Word document that I completed on all of the aspects or ties between Rushville and Delphi.
How many? Like, what type of time frame are we talking about to put something like that together? Is it days, weeks, months, years?
This took a couple weeks to put together. It might not seem like that, but just to get all of it factually organized and the correct order.
Well, I'm talking about in terms of how much time does that document span? That's probably not a great question. Like the first entry is January. When would your last entry be?
Well, this started with January 2018, the first time we met Mary Fields, and this included several months of
It was several months.
documentation, yes.
Can you just tell the court part of what this hearing is about is trying to establish whether there's links between different people and the murderers in this case and Rushville, people from Rushville. Can you talk about what links, if any, did you, Ferenczi, Click, and anybody else find that you thought linked Elvis Fields and others, perhaps, to the Delphi murders?
Elvis Fields and his roommate, Rod Abrams, as well as the subject down in Rushville, Johnny Messer, who's somewhat of a Vinlander wannabe recruiter, and then up this way in Delphi with Patrick Westball and Brad Holder, became like our five that were the pieces that put all the puzzle together.
What do you mean by that?
Just the link between the two communities and what had transpired throughout our investigation with what we thought might have happened.
Okay, let's start with this. How were they linked? What links did you find between Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall up in Delphi, and Elvis, Rod, and did you say Ned Smith?
Ned Smith as well, who's
Down in Rushville.
Rushville.
Yeah.
Greg Ferenczi and I worked together, and he did Facebook gatherings of investigations. I know he did slides. He put everything together. And we were able to put together that all these people seem to know each other and know each other through their circle.
Okay, but why would that necessarily mean that they're involved in the murders just because they all know each other?
Part of what we considered is that they seem to know things that no one else would know unless they were involved or there.
Okay, does that include Brad Holder?
Yes.
And what do you know? And I believe Greg Ferenczi, that was more of his thing, was the Brad Holder end of it.
Yes.
But did he share with you what his investigation involved?
Yes, he did.
Okay, what was it about the investigation that caused you to think that Brad Holder knew things about the murders that he should not have known?
Postings on Facebook that Greg and I talked about, and he showed me that mimicked what was the crime scene.
Well, I've entered some into evidence. If I handed you some documents, would you be able to tell me if it's something that you had seen through Greg Ferenczi?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for today's hearing as Defendant's Exhibit KK. Have you ever seen that?
Yes.
Okay, what was the significance of that?
This looks to me to be a symbol, often referred to as a rune, that runes are on the hand of Brad Holder.
Okay, and why is that indicative of the potential that he was involved in the crime?
It was this marking on his hand to a person with common sense closely resembles the way one of the victims was marked at the crime scene.
Handing you JJ, can you tell the court what that is?
There's sticks on Abigail Williams.
Okay, it's tough to look at for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's tough.
Why?
It sucks.
How long did you work on this case?
2.5 years. I don't want to look at that anymore.
I'm sorry. That's an example of one of the things that you think links Brad Holder to the crime? Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you had Elvis down in Rushville saying, "What if my spit is found on the girls?" And then what links did Brad Holder have to Elvis?
Elvis he's a follower. He's a wannabe. He would mimic almost every day. Greg Ferenczi told me the kinds of things that Brad Holder would post on Facebook.
Did you ever see the Facebook photos that mimicked each other?
Yes.
If I handed you those, would you be able to identify what you saw?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to mark these. I'm handing you what's been marked as AAA. There's no photos in this other than what I think are Facebook photos or images. Tell me when you're done reviewing that.
Sir, I'm good.
Are those images are they familiar to you now that you've looked at them?
Yes.
Tell the judge what they are.
These are Facebook postings from Holder and Elvis where Elvis mimics Holder.
Okay, do you think describe to the judge. I mean, she could see it, but describe the first one that you see.
Judge, I'm going to object. The exhibits speak for themselves at this point. They've been admitted. The court can look at them. He's identified that he's seen them before.
That's fine.
That's fine.
No, that's me.
Okay, that's you.
I'd like to look at them so I can know which one he's identifying, but other than that, I'm going to object to going through each photo and have him describe them. The court can consider those.
Okay.
I'll move on.
Did you haven't moved to admit them yet?
I do move to admit.
All right.
Can I just take a look at them just so I know which one? I don't have any objection. I just want to see the ones. No objection. God.
All right. Oh, without objection, I'll show AAA defendants is admitted.
Judge, thank you, Judge. While I'm thinking about it, I would ask to take judicial notice of for purposes of this hearing of Kevin Murphy's testimony from this past Tuesday on day 1 of this 3-day hearing, July.
Yes.
Thank you. Did you think that those images, for example, the first one had brass knuckles and brass knuckles with weapons around? Is there any way that could just be a coincidence?
No, it's not a coincidence.
How in the world would Elvis Fields ever even learn the name of Brad Holder?
Through being in Rushville, he had an association with Johnny Messer, who had an association with those up here. And I'll just say it, they were proclaimed either Vinlanders or wannabe Vinlanders, which is a crazy faction of Odinism.
Okay, and did Elvis Fields know Johnny Messer?
Yes.
And did Johnny Messer know Brad Holder?
Yes.
Did you and Greg Ferenczi ever ask for search warrants for Elvis's home?
We did.
Do you know if any search warrants were ever authorized?
I don't remember that, sir.
That's fine. Was Brad Holder ever a suspect in this case, to your knowledge?
In what we were doing? Yes.
What do you mean by that?
In what we were investigating? Yes.
Okay, what about at the morning briefings in 2017? Was Brad Holder a suspect then?
No.
Were you reporting your work to Unified Command on a regular basis?
Every day.
Okay. You talked about Rod Abrams and Ned Smith. Who are they, so the judge knows?
Ned Smith owns a paving company out of Rushville, Indiana, and Rod Abrams and Elvis Fields worked for him seasonally, time to time, when they did paving jobs in Rushville. And this came from investigations and observations by Todd Click.
Did Rod and Ned, in the course of the investigation, ever say where they were and where Elvis Fields was in February of 2017?
What was the date, sir?
I forgot what I even asked you, but when the girls were killed, did Rod Abrams and or Ned Smith ever provide an alibi or an explanation to where they were?
Visiting a sick friend at Ball Memorial Hospital in Munchie called Lamont Stanley.
Okay, was there anything funny about their alibi that you remember?
They said that they couldn't use cell phones there because of the hospital not having a signal. I remember that specifically.
Okay, but they did both say that they had cell phones, but they just, if you ping them, they wouldn't be able to.
Yes.
But is that kind of relay for me how that conversation happened?
It was more with Rod Abrams, I remember, than with Elvis. I remember actually at one point, well documented, interviewing Rod Abrams. I might have even been alone without another officer that day, and he told me that story. And I remember we checked in on it, and the way I recall it is they weren't at that hospital that day. That alibi was not true.
Did they say that Elvis was with them, if you remember?
He was. They said he was.
They said he was. Well, what about Elvis's alibi? What alibi did he give for February 13th, 2017?
I'm not remembering it.
That's fine. Do you remember an email about a ceremony? Do you remember anything about a ceremony in Fort Wayne that Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall were involved with? If you don't, that's fine.
I do not, sir.
Okay, that's fair. In your opinion, as an investigator, was there links between Elvis Fields and Brad Holder?
Yes.
And was there links between Brad Holder and the murder of Abby Williams and Liberty German?
Were there links?
Were there evidence of links between Brad Holder and the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German?
I'm not understanding the word links.
Yeah, it's not a great question.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
No, that's fine. Was there any links that in the course of your investigation or Greg Ferency's investigation that he shared with you that linked Brad Holder to the murder scene? I guess we kind of went over it a little bit, those photos that you saw, the hand runes. Why was that important to you as an investigator?
The symbolism that somebody posts, particularly on social media, that identically, in my mind, as a human being, mimics a crime scene is not a coincidence. Fucking amen.
No other questions.
Mr. McClelland?
Thank you, Judge. Officer Murphy, good afternoon.
Sir.
Love that. Love it.
Nailed it.
The only
I
thing that
wanted
would have
to,
been better was if it was like actually morning, or if he said good morning and it was actually afternoon and he corrected him. That's the only thing that would have made that better.
I want to talk with you about this. When you first became involved in the case, it was in February 2017. Is that right?
Yes.
And I just want to clarify, I wasn't a prosecutor then, and so I don't know if you may have spoke with me at some point. Oh, this jerk. Okay.
Yeah, you
But
slimy little weasel.
Yeah, I spoke
Kind
to
of.
you when I was investigating all the fucking criminals you protect, you
Yep.
piece of shit.
so
Sorry.
I wasn't involved in this in any way, right? Okay. No, I'm anyway. I wasn't the prosecutor then, and so I don't know if you know. You may have spoken to me at some point, but I know you said you spoke to me. You may have, but I wasn't the prosecutor in 2017. Agreed?
Yes,
Okay, all right. Make sure I wanted to clarify that.
sir.
Y'all,
Sir,
yeah, yes.
it would have been in 2019 I spoke with you.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm bad at dates.
A match made in heaven, Amber and Nikki.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. I want to talk about. Oh my God. I want to talk about. Jump right into it. Sorry, I'm like blown away. Okay. I want to talk about this encounter you had with Elvis Fields when you dropped him off at the house that day. Made a comment about spit on the girls. My recollection is that you made some comment recently that you didn't believe that was Elvis, what Elvis was saying, and you thought he was playing with you. Do you remember that conversation?
Sir, I do.
Okay. And do you still believe that?
I don't know what to think. I'm just going to be straight up honest with you.
Sure.
I don't know what to think anymore.
But at that point, you had a conversation with me, and you said, look, I think Elvis was just toying with me, and it frankly pissed me off.
Correct.
Okay. You also have had some doubts about Mary Jacobs, I guess, information. Is that a fair statement?
I can explain that, sir.
That's fine. Let me ask you some questions. When you went to interview Mary Jacobs in her home, you noticed that she had an overwhelming amount of, I want to say, medication to deal with mental health,
Yes, sir.
and that caused you to put her credibility in question. Is that fair?
As soon as I saw it, I gave up for a minute.
And you had some issues with Elvis as well. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I think one of those statements you made to me is you think Elvis and Mary Jacobs are full of crap.
Yes.
So we have these Facebook posts from Brad Holder that cause you to continue to investigate that angle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Through that investigation, were you ever able to place Brad Holder in Delphi at the time of the crimes?
No, sir, we were not.
Did you ever look at Brad Holder's work records through your investigations?
I did not.
Okay.
Sorry, that fucking alibi.
Were you ever able to place Elvis Fields in Delphi at the time of the crime?
I did not. No, sir.
And in fact, you ran his phone, and phone records show that his phone remained in the Rushville area during the time of the crimes.
That is correct.
Were you ever able to place Johnny Messer in Delphi at the time of the crimes?
No, sir.
And what about Rod Abrams or Ned Smith?
We were not as well.
And what about Patrick Westfall?
He lives here. He lived here at the time.
But were you able to place them at the scene of the crime when the girls were killed?
No.
Okay, during all these interviews you had with Elvis and Rod and Ned and Brad Holder, at any time did any of them admit to you they were involved in the killing of Abigail Williams and Liberty German in any way?
They did not.
Did you ever find any physical evidence tying them to the crime through your interaction with them?
No.
I believe Elvis was interviewed a total of 3 times, is that right?
At least, sir.
And I believe one of those times was at least 3 hours long. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
And during all those interviews, he denied consistently that he had anything to do with the girls. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Even denied knowing the girls.
Correct.
Well,
He said
maybe you
he
should have
didn't.
put them in prison and tortured them a little bit. Maybe they would have
I
said
am
they did.
I can't, this is. He said he didn't know the names, didn't know what they were talking about. He denied being in Delphi. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You had some concern about the distance between Delphi and Rushville, as far as it is to access, and it is fair to assess. You have to answer out loud. I'm sorry. Did you have some concerns about the distance between Delphi and Rushville?
Yes.
In terms of the ability of these people in Rushville, the ability of them to get up here and commit the crime.
Yes.
Were you ever able to confirm that Elvis Fields knew Brad Holder?
I was not.
Okay, the Facebook post that you talked about from Brad Holder and that you reviewed here in court today, did you actually examine Brad Holder's Facebook page? Or are those pictures that Greg Ferenczi showed you?
Greg Ferenczi showed me.
Okay, and you agree those pictures that you were shown today and entered into evidence, they don't show anything involving the killing of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. Would you agree?
I agree.
The pictures you were shown are pictures of jars and sticks and arrowheads and those kinds of things, correct?
Yes.
None of those pictures directly link Brad Holder or Elvis Fields to the killing of Abigail Williams or Liberty German, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, just a moment, Judge. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you.
They don't make
Mr.
your
Baldwin.
suspect either.
No other questions.
All right. Thank you, officer. You may step down.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I forgot to ask you this. Was there something significant? I think it's mentioned in your report that Elvis talked about, blurted out something about a gang. Do you remember that?
Mary Jacobs talked about that at length the morning that Roland Purdy and I first met her.
Tell me about that.
That on the morning of February 14th, when he, in her words, got back from Delphi and handed her a coat that she said was blue in color with blood on it, and he said, "I'm now with a group and we're kind of in a gang." And I didn't know what that meant at that point.
Did Elvis ever ask or talk about being part of a gang?
He did not to me.
Okay. Okay, no other
Mr.
questions.
Mr. McClelland?
Hold on, Judge. Do you know whether Johnny Messer, Patrick Westfall, and Brad Holder would take photographs together or were ever seen photographs together?
Yes, they were.
This is BBB, handing you BBB. Can you tell me who's in that photo?
Brad Holder, Johnny Messer, and Patrick Westfall. My apologies.
That's fine.
It's a bad picture.
Yeah, it's not a good photo. Move to admit defendants BBB.
No objection. No objection.
All right. Without objection, BBB is admitted.
Now I'm done, Judge.
All right. Any recross, Mr. McClelland?
Judge, thank you. The picture you just looked at, Officer Murphy, was Elvis Fields in that picture?
No,
What about Rod Abrams and Ned Smith?
they are not in that photograph.
Okay. Do you recall a deposition you gave involved with this case?
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Baldwin asking you, as you sit here right now, based on your investigation of the Odinism angle, what was going on at the crime scene? Do you feel satisfied it was fully investigated, meaning Elvis, Patrick Westfall, and Brad Holder? Do you remember that question?
Yes, sir.
And what was your answer?
Yes.
Do
Yes.
you feel that it's been fully investigated in those three individuals?
I don't know. I don't.
Well, your answer was yes, the deposition.
My yes was
Okay.
yes at the deposition.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right. Well, thank you, officer. You may step down.
Oh,
Aw, and he apologizes for crying in the court.
he cried.
He
Oh.
cried when he was talking about that he made a mistake by letting Elvis Fields go back in and that he regretted not asking him to go eat. He was crying during that part of the testimony.
We might as well read this, because it leads into Todd Click. We do have to read Click, right?
Yep, he's next.
So we can read this in while we get Click up here or whatever.
Okay, I think
Click.
Click was here. Now Click is gone. Click's been here, and now Click left.
Hello, goodbye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
You might need to be
You're
Click.
welcome.
You might have to be Click. Who knows?
Oh,
We lost
fuck.
Click, who's literally been here almost the whole time waiting, and now Click is gone.
My mouth hurts.
Okay.
All right,
All right,
so
let's read
I'm
through
just
this
gonna
real quick.
I'm just
Maybe
gonna
we can
I'm
get
gonna
Click back.
do what?
So maybe we can get Click back.
All right, I'm gonna start at 13.
Okay.
Judge, at this time I would move to admit the deposition of Elvis Fields. I've marked particularly what I want you to pay attention to, and that is page 25, where question, in 2016 and 2017, you had heard Brad Holder's name because he was mimicking you on Facebook. Elvis's answer was yes. Let me make sure there's nothing else I want you to highlight. Page 16, line 1 through 5, Brad Holder mimicked me, and that's it. And that would be CCC, which is Elvis Fields' deposition.
Any objection, Mr. McClelland?
Your Honor, no objection. I want to enter the same deposition with the pages I've marked. I got them highlighted and I've got them marked with yellow stickers on the pages.
Oh,
I want
you're
you
the
to
best.
consider.
Thank you.
I don't want to read into the record everything because I think that takes too long. I'm more than happy to recite the pages, but they are marked, Judge, so
Okay.
whatever's most convenient.
No, that's fine. It's fine, Nick. Just as long as they're marked. So that would be States Exhibit 18. And is there any objection to States 18?
No.
Okay. Shows 18's admitted without objection.
And I also, now, I'm sorry, I I marked it, but I forgot to tell you. Page 10, 9 is what he said. I don't know. I don't know, Johnny Messer. So I marked that page as
You
well.
should get out the highlighter and the yellow little tabs and mark everything that you want put into evidence. Like,
You want to borrow mine?
Okay, Todd Click.
okay, let's see.
State
We
your name
lost.
for the record, please.
Hold on, we don't have. We lost our click.
I'm looking at who's at the bottom of my screen.
Bugs again. Who's like my mouth hurts?
Maybe clickety click.
I'm down for the cause.
You really are. What happened to Charles?
We're now keeping you hostage because
Literally.
this whole thing will be derailed if you leave.
Oh, it's alright. It's Friday. Fuck it. Fucking Friday.
Fuck it. Okay, so Todd Click.
All right, state your name for the record, please.
Whoa, what page? Hold on.
179, volume 6.
Clickety.
Volume 6, page 179.
Alright, here we go.
Line 20.
And 20.
Or
Go.
21 for you.
My name is Todd Click.
Spell it into the record, please.
T-O-double-D.
T-O-D-D. Click. C-L-I-C-K.
I bet you he does say double D. Okay.
I bet he does too.
What do you do for a living?
I am currently a parole agent with the state of Indiana.
And how long have you been doing that?
I've been with parole since March of this year.
What'd you do before that?
I was a police officer with the Rushville Police Department.
And how long were you with the Rushville Police?
February 6th of 2001 until December 31st of 2021. Great with dates. Great.
Was there an occasion where you were part of an investigative team focused on the Delphi murders?
Yes, I was.
How'd you get involved in that?
Sometime in June of 2018, Detective Greg Ferguson and Detective Kevin Murphy came to the Rushville Police Department to interview an individual by the name of Elvis Fields. They requested to use our interview room. They asked if I could operate the recording equipment for them. I was the head of our criminal investigations unit at the time, so I provided assistance to them.
And did that kind of evolve into something more over time?
After the interview, they asked me what I thought about the interview. I kind of gave them a brief opinion of what I had seen. They asked me if I was familiar with Elvis Fields, and I told them that I was. So then we went back to my office and discussed Mr. Fields for a brief period of time.
Okay, what did you do then? What then did you do?
I'm sorry?
What was the next kind of involvement? What was your next kind of involvement in the investigation?
I believe it was in August of 2018, Detective Ferguson called me and said that a lady by the name of Mary Jacobs had made some recordings of a conversation that she had with her sister, asked if I would go and pick up the digital recorder and provide him with a recording.
Okay.
And then it was about a week or two later, Detective Ferguson called me and said that Mary Abrams had made another recording with her brother Elvis, and he asked if I could go and get that recording and provide it to him.
Okay, what's your next memory about your involvement in the investigation?
Detective Ferguson asked me if I could try and find some type of link between Elvis Fields and the Delphi area, search through the Rushville Police Department's database, trying to see if there might be any correlation between Mr. Fields and Delphi. I originally contacted Detective Ferguson and told him I was initially unable to come up with any type of connection between Elvis Fields and Delphi. It was at that time that Detective Ferguson told me that a subject by the name of Brad Holder and a subject by the name of Patrick Westfall were possible suspects in the homicides, and Detective Ferguson asked if I would review their Facebook pages to see if maybe I might find anything that might be of Rushville link, so I did that.
What'd you find?
I initially did not find anything on Mr. Westfall's Facebook page. Then, when I was scrolling through Facebook page of Brad Holder, I found a photograph of approximately 6 individuals wearing Vinlander t-shirts, and one of those individuals I immediately recognized as Johnny Messer. And that Johnny Messer was from Rushville.
Okay, what then did that cause you to do, if anything?
At that point, I had known from previous dealings that Johnny Messer, his uncle, was a man by the name of Billy Messer, and that Billy Messer and Elvis Fields briefly lived together for a period of time. And then I relayed that information to Detective Ferenczi.
Then what happened?
It was at that point that Detective Ferenczi and Detective Murphy decided that they were going to come to Rushville and try and interview Mr. Johnny Messer.
Okay, did you find whether or not Elvis and Johnny Messer knew each other?
We eventually did through interview and interrogations.
Did Johnny say that he knew Elvis and vice versa?
Initially, Johnny denied knowing Elvis Fields, but then in subsequent interviews, he did admit that he did know Elvis and that he used to take firewood and beer and cigarettes and some groceries over to their house periodically.
Okay, I think where you had left off was they wanted to interview Johnny Messer. Who was they?
That would have been Detective Murphy and Detective Ferenczi.
What happened of significance, if anything, with that interview?
They interviewed him. They interviewed about his involvement with the Vinlander group. I should say, Johnny Messer initially said that he was a part of the group, but he was not real big into Odinism aspect, and that he knew Patrick Westfall fairly well and whatnot. Real familiar with Brad Holder.
Okay, and was Patrick Westfall, did they ask him whether he helped recruit for the Vinlanders? Was that part of that conversation?
Yeah, we did ask him if he had done any type of recruiting for the Vinlander group, and he denied that he was any type of recruiter for the group.
Okay, did you investigate whether his claims that he was not a recruiter were accurate?
Yes, I did.
And what'd you find out?
Johnny had spoken to several people from Rushville about the Vinlander group, and I found 3 specific individuals that he actively tried to recruit to join the organization.
Do you remember their names?
Yes, one was an individual by the name of Brandon Mansfield, one was an individual by the name of David Fields, and one was an individual by the name of Josh Moore.
Okay. So is it your belief, based upon what Johnny's answer to you was when he said, I'm not a recruiter, based upon finding those people, do you think he was being truthful or?
No, he was being dishonest when he said that he was not a recruiter.
Okay. What happened? Tell me next in the involvement of this investigation.
Okay, well, eventually we conducted an interview with Elvis Fields and Ned Smith.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you learn that was of note from those interviews?
I specifically asked Mr. Fields about some of the incriminating statements that he had made to his sister. He denied ever making those statements, denied knowing Johnny Messer, denied knowing Brad Holder, and denied knowing Patrick Westfall.
Did he ever tell you, he being Elvis, that I don't know Brad Holder, but I follow him on Facebook, or he follows me on Facebook? Was there anything like that?
There was no conversation like that. That was said to me. No.
Okay. Later on, did you find out that they did have some connection to each other, Elvis and Brad Holder?
Detective Ferenczi had conducted an investigation using some Facebook posts that he had compilated between Brad Holder's Facebook page and Elvis Fields' Facebook page. And there was some very similar photos that he had put together as kind of like a side-by-side comparison of Mr. Holder and Mr. Fields.
Did you think that there was a similarity in those photos?
When I initially saw those photos, I was skeptical, but kind of kept an open mind. As the investigation progressed and kind of the totality of the information kind of came together, I could see where those Facebook posts that Mr. Holder did and Mr. Fields did were similar in nature and seemed to be linking.
Okay. Well, what was it about the totality? I mean, what else was going on that would cause you to think, yeah, maybe these guys are looking at each other's posts or mimicking each other's posts?
Well, it wasn't so much mimicking each other's posts, but we started finding other individuals that Mr. Fields and Mr. Holder had in common together.
And who was that?
One of the individuals was named a gentleman by the name of Josh Krishman.
Tell the court about Josh Crispin.
Mr. Krishman was originally a member of an organization called Sons of Odin that later transformed into a group called the Patriot Guard. During 2016, there was a Make America Great Again rally that occurred in Indianapolis where the Vinlanders...
Object.
Yeah, me too. And the American Guard got together. They said they were providing security there because there was supposed to be some Antifa groups that were supposed to be there at the rally. After the rally, the Vinlander group and the American Guard group all went back to a house owned by a gentleman of the name Mickey McGinley, and then that's where Mr. Chrisman and Mr. Holder, Mr. Westfall, Johnny Messer, they all kind of partied together that evening.
Okay, but you said that Chrisman was also connected to not just to Brad Holder, but also to Elvis.
That is correct.
What's that connection?
Okay, so Elvis would do some side work, and he worked at a hog barn in Rushville that was owned by Flynn Livestock. Some of the semi-truck drivers would pay Mr. Fields $20 to load and unload their semis for them. Mr. Chrisman was a semi-truck driver for the Flynns. He would transport livestock from the hog barn to different areas in the state.
Okay, and how did Elvis get connected with that, or why do you think that?
Through interviews with people that worked at the hog barn, and also an interview later on with Johnny Messer, we learned that Elvis would specifically load and unload hogs for Mr. Chrisman and would sometimes go on deliveries with him.
And where would these deliveries go?
Some of these deliveries were to White Man Pig Farm and Indiana Packers here in Delphi, and there's another location was the Tyson plant in Logansport.
Okay, so what did all of that, and that, was that your work, your investigative work, all of that?
Yes.
Okay, and what did all of that investigative work tell you about the connections between Elvis and Brad Holder?
Well, there was a common denominator between the two of them, and that was Mr. Chrisman.
But also Johnny Messer, he was also a common denominator?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and how would it be that, based upon your investigation, Elvis would get up to Delphi if he did?
I had learned through an interview with another person that worked at the hog barn. He told me that Elvis would sometimes go up on these deliveries to Delphi with Mr. Chrisman and another semi driver by the name of Douglas Ed Hunt. Through the course of my investigation, that individual also said that Mr. Chrisman had a girlfriend that lived in the Delphi Lafayette area, and that every time he would make a delivery up this way, he would meet with his girlfriend, he would meet with his friends that were in this area. I found that on February 13th of 2017, Mr. Chrisman took a load of hogs from the White Man Pig Farm to a slaughterhouse up in Michigan called Abbeyland. Whoa. And that delivery, that's so weird. And that delivery left on February 13th of 2014. However, he did not make the delivery to Abbeyland until, whoa.
Is that not a little bit fucking weird? Does anybody else think that's a little bit fucking weird?
Wow. I never
Whiteman?
even
Like-
knew about this.
Like Richard Allen Whiteman
So fucking weird.
went
That
to
is fucking
Abbeyland?
weird.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, shit.
And there's so much fucking numerology and all this shit. Oh my god.
Okay, if it was admitted into evidence earlier, just before you got on, Elvis Fields admitting that he had been following, or his story was he was mimicking, Brad Holder was mimicking Elvis Fields' Facebook page. And I know this is after the fact, but would that information impact any thoughts that you had on the investigation?
Only impact that it had on me was that it was suggested that, or it was connected between the two, that Elvis Fields and Brad Holder and Josh Chrisman knew each other.
Okay. Just give me a second. At some point in time, you learned that Richard Allen had been arrested. Is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, did that cause you to do?
Initially, when I heard of the arrest, I was kind of shocked and confused throughout the course of the...
I'm going to object at this
Of
point.
course you are!
What is the irrelevant to any third-party motive or connection to third party in this crime?
How's it relevant?
Well, apparently we're not playing nice here, but what goes on here is, you're going to find out, is Mr. Click sends a letter to the prosecution, who doesn't turn it over to us for 90 days. And I think that's relevant to, us not getting information that goes towards third-party suspect.
I'm aware of that letter. It's been presented in other hearings, so I'm not sure what the relevancy is of it in this particular hearing.
It actually is, I think, in Frank's one, which you have taken judicial notice of, so I'll move on.
Thank you.
I have no other questions.
Okay, Mr. McClelland.
Thank you, dear. Wow. Okay. Mr. Click, I'll try to start at the beginning. When you reviewed the Facebook pages of Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall, are those the two Facebook pages you reviewed?
Yes, I did.
The,
Wait. Oh, there were several pictures from the two from.
did you review the Facebook pages of Patrick Westphal and Brad Holder?
Yes, I did.
Okay. During your review of those Facebook pages, did you see any pictures that linked either Brad Holder or Patrick Westphal to the killing of Abigail Williams and Liberty German?
No, I did not.
And you said that Messer spoke to several people and tried to recruit VIN lenders and that Johnny Messer knew Elvis Fields. Did you ever, and throughout your investigation, did you ever find any evidence that Elvis Fields and Johnny Messer would hang out at social events together?
Not social events, no.
Did you find any evidence that they ever hung out at all?
I had a testimonial evidence that Elvis Fields had been to one of Johnny Messer's residents at one time.
Were you ever able to confirm that?
Unfortunately, no. The original person that I spoke with has passed away from cancer, and I was unable to do any follow-up questioning with him.
And you said that you conducted the interview. You conducted an interview with Elvis and Ned. Is that Ned Smith? Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you conduct any other interviews?
Yes, I did.
Okay, that's a bad question.
They're all bad questions with this guy.
I object. Did you conduct any interviews with Patrick Westphal?
No.
What about Brad Holder?
No.
And what about Johnny Messer?
Yes, I did.
When you interviewed Johnny Messer, did you ask him to search the phone?
No.
Why not?
At that time, it had been several years since the murder had occurred, and I did not believe at the time that we had any information that would lead us to believe that evidence of the murder would have been on his phone at that current time.
What
Also,
about
this
when
isn't Norfolk. Go ahead.
What about when you interviewed Elvis Fields? Did you grab his phone?
No, I did not.
Is it the same answer as when you said that for Johnny Messer, why you didn't grab Elvis's phone?
Initially, when I first interviewed Elvis, I don't believe he had a cell phone at the time.
What about Ned Smith? Wait a minute, Elvis didn't have a cell phone? Okay,
He
I
said
gotta mark that
initially when
down.
he first interviewed him, he didn't think he had one.
That's interesting. Okay, just sorry, that's sidebar now.
Later on, they find out that it never left the house and wasn't used until like 10 o'clock that night.
Right.
Even
Okay.
though he said he had it at the hospital.
Yep. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I knew. Yep. What about Ned Smith? Did you ask for his phone?
Wait,
No,
before everybody gets too far off, I see people asking about the pig farm or whatever.
Yeah.
In the transcript, it's written as white man, WHITEMAN.
Yeah, it is right here.
Yeah.
So
But I don't think that's right. I think it is like Weichman.
could be, and she's just writing it out phonetically. But a good transcriptionist would have checked to see if that even existed. But okay, we're talking about Jody.
But also,
Sorry.
it's weird because it goes to Abbeyland.
Yeah.
So weird.
It's unsettling as hell.
Very weird.
So it's Weichman. So it's WIECHMAN. But phonetically, it is still like Whiteman. I mean, it's still odd. It's just not as odd. But she puts it down as Whiteman, but it's Weichman.
Okay.
Jody does a misspelling on almost every page, Jamie.
Yeah. Which is weird because she needed more time to go through and make sure it was all right. So
yeah,
she's still waiting on that sweet $5,000 from you. What about Ned Smith? Did you ask him for his phone?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Ned Smith was never a suspect initially in my eyes.
Now, you talked about the Facebook pages and how the photos were similar. Maybe I misheard you, but do you think Brad Holder and Elvis Fields were trying to mimic each other?
It appeared that one person was trying to mimic the other, yes.
Okay. And when you did you talk with Mr. Chrisman?
Yes, I did.
And did you ask him about Elvis Fields?
No. When I originally talked with Mr. Chrisman, I did not have the knowledge that there was a connection between him and Mr. Fields.
After you found out about that knowledge, did you go back and talk to him?
I attempted to, and he would not talk to me again.
Okay.
But why did he initially talk to Chrisman then?
You know what? I've got so many questions.
Little mistakes here and there.
You see what I mean? Like, why even go talk to
Yeah.
Chris? He's not
Yeah.
tied to the people in Rushville. What the hell are you talking to him about?
This doesn't make any sense.
Well,
Wow, I
because
mean, that's more curious.
he knew that Chrisman was tied to Westfall and all them because they were at that house party afterwards, but I think he just
Right.
didn't know yet that he was connected to Elvis Fields.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I'll allow it. Okay, so you were never able to confirm that Elvis rode with Chrisman on any deliveries.
I did not have any direct evidence of that, no.
Okay. Did you have any direct evidence that Elvis rode with anybody on any deliveries?
Just testimonial evidence.
Okay. Were you ever able to find a link between Brad Holder and the killing of Abigail Williams and Liberty German?
Could you be more specific?
Sure. Were you ever able to place Brad Holder in Delphi at the time of the killings of Abigail Williams and Liberty German?
No, it's not.
Through your investigation, did you ever find any evidence linking him to the crime scene?
There was well, that's kind of hard to answer.
Okay.
I learned that from Johnny, the interview that I did with Johnny Messer, that Brad Holder liked to take oh, man.
Jesus.
That Brad Holder liked to take sticks and form them into the shape of runes, and I knew that runes had been found placed on the girls at the crime scene. But as far as any direct evidence, that Mr. Holder was the one that was directly responsible for putting those runes on the girls, I was never able to find any direct evidence of that.
And I'll try to make this quicker. The people you're investigating, were you ever able to tie any of them were you ever able to place any of them in Delphi at the time of the crime?
No, it's not.
Were you ever able to find anything that directly ties them to the crime scene?
I think I know what you're asking, and the answer would be no.
Were you ever able to confirm that Johnny Messer had introduced Elvis to Brad Holder?
No, it's not.
Now, you did an interview with Detective Veto of the ISP on August 30th of 2023. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall telling Detective Veto about your investigation and your conclusions from that investigation?
I remember we spoke briefly, about an hour, and I kind of summarized the investigation that Detective Ferrancy and Detective Murphy and I had conducted.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sure you're aware the defense believes this was done by a group of people, Patrick Westfall, Brad Holder, Elvis Fields, and that it was a ritualistic killing of the girls.
Yeah.
Have you heard that theory from the defense?
Yes, I have.
Is that what you believe?
No, it's not.
What do you believe happened?
I believe that there was an onanistic ritual that was occurring that the girls were present for. I believe that the girls made fun of what had occurred or what was occurring, and I believe that the girls were killed out of anger. I believe that, in my opinion, I believe Liberty German was killed first, and I believe Abby Williams was killed as after the fact because she was a witness.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he's very direct.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Oh, keep going. It gets more direct. I just
Oh.
read a couple lines down. Keep going.
Oh shit. And do you believe that Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall were both on the bridge that day? Correct?
Whoa!
Oh!
Wait, how do you know that? That is my belief, yes. How?
Keep going.
And you believe the girls went to the bridge to meet Logan Holder? Oh, okay.
Oh
Yep.
my god! I'm sorry, I feel so validated right now. Okay, that is correct.
And you believe that Elvis and Johnny Messer participated?
I believe they were present, yes.
Wow.
Wow.
You know what? A whole lot's making sense to me right now about
So
a
Now
lot
you know
of stuff.
we know why Todd Click gets arrested.
For
Yeah.
sure.
I am.
Wow.
Okay. Wow.
Wow.
In the interview with Detective Veto, you said you believe that, but let me make sure I get this right. But there was no smoking gun or concrete evidence. It was just strong circumstantial stuff.
That's
What a piece of
correct.
shit.
Jesus Christ, you guys. I am
It's a
so
lot fucking stronger than what you had on
Right.
Richard.
Well,
But I
maybe you
just
should
like
have
that.
put.
I like that Nick is the one saying it was just strong
Oh,
circumstances.
yeah.
Exactly.
Nick is
Tone
saying
deaf.
that.
Like maybe you should have. Again, I'll say it. Maybe you should have put them in prison and tortured
Yeah.
them until they confessed. Then, so you could
Yeah.
use that.
Compared to very, very weak circumstantial evidence. Fucking
You
A.
tell me how this
I'm-
isn't the same strength as what's against Richard Allen for wearing sweatpants. I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
So CH thinks that that's worthy of a reread. So I think we should go to 192 and read
I am
straight through.
Yeah,
so
let's do
Okay.
it.
Yeah, just read it straight.
So go to line 16 on page 192 and start
Got
there.
it.
Just read all the way through.
Got it.
okay. Now I'm sure you're aware the defense believes that this was done by this group of people: Patrick Westfall, Brad Holder, Elvis Fields, and that it was a ritualistic killing of the girls.
Yeah.
Have you heard the theory from the defense?
Yes, I have.
Is that your belief? What you believe?
No, it's not.
What do you believe happened?
I believe that there was an odonistic ritual that was occurring that the girls were present for. I believe that the girls made fun of what had occurred or what was occurring, and I believe that the girls were killed out of anger. I believe that, in my opinion, I believe Liberty German was killed first, and I believe Abby Williams was killed as after the fact because she was a witness.
And you believe Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall were both on the bridge that day, correct?
That is my belief, yes.
And you believe the girls went to the bridge to meet Logan Holder.
That is correct.
And you believe that Elvis and Johnny Messer participated.
I believe they were present, yes.
In the interview with Detective Veto, you said you believed that, but let me make sure I get this right, there was no smoking gun or concrete evidence. It was strong circumstantial stuff.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you get an opportunity to, well, let me back up. What is your understanding of the girls when the girls were abducted and killed? What time frame?
The time frame that I was originally told is that the girls would have been abducted off the bridge roughly around the 2:30 p.m. time frame, and that they would have been killed sometime in between the time that they were abducted to the time that the search party began, which I believe was, if I remember correctly, maybe around 5:30 p.m., 6 o'clock p.m., something like that.
Throughout your investigation, is that the time frame you worked with on the death of the girls, or is that the time frame you worked within for the death of the girls? What?
That was the time frame that was popular for the investigation.
Click.
Nick, that was the same question twice. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. Do you want to rephrase?
Object. I'll see myself out. You guys, this is like this is insane. Sorry, this is just nuts. I should have read this before. Okay, I keep saying that, but did you have an opportunity through your investigation to see any alibi evidence for Brad Holder?
No, I did not.
Did you have any opportunity through your investigation to see any evidence or whether or not Logan Holder was in school that day?
No, I did
What
not.
the fuck is he talking? Okay. Did
He
you
went
look
to
at
a
any?
different school than the girls.
Oh, okay, got it. Did you look at any alibi evidence for anyone else in that group? Patrick Westfall?
No, no, sir.
Elvis Fields?
Yes, I did.
Okay, give me that sweet, sweet alibi evidence from Elvis Fields.
Well, Elvis originally said that he and Ned Smith and Rob Abrams were at a hospital in Monkey that day, and then later told me that they weren't sure that they were shopping for a Valentine's Day present for Ned Smith's girlfriend.
Did you ever see any evidence from any information from Elvis Fields' phone?
No, I did not.
Just a moment, Judge. Officer Click, what facts can you articulate here in court today that show that a ritual was performed on February 13th, 2017, when the girls were killed?
The only thing I can testify to is what I was told by Detective Ferenczi, and the information that Detective Ferenczi had told me was information that was developed by the developed by the BAU of the FBI. was that the crime scene indicated that it was that the murders and I guess I should say that the sticks formed on the girls were of onistic nature.
Did you collect any evidence you personally through your investigation that pointed to the fact or pointed to the ritual was held that day where the girls were killed? Did you find anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you find anything through your investigation that placed Elvis Fields, Patrick Westfall, Brad Holder, or Logan Holder, or Johnny Messer on the Monon High Bridge that day the girls were murdered?
There was no direct evidence, no.
Did you find any evidence through your investigation that placed any one of those people in Delphi on February 13, 2017?
No, sir.
Is it fair to say that your belief of what happened that day is just a theory?
My belief is based on testimonial evidence that we had obtained and based on some of the training and experience that I have received throughout my police career.
Is that testimonial evidence of Special Agent Ferenczi gathered throughout the interviews that he did and reported back to you?
That's why they killed him and not Click. They just arrested Click. Anyway, part of it was collected, yes.
Okay, what interviews did you do that tied any one of these people with the murder of Abigail Williams and Liberty German?
There was no direct evidence that we were able to obtain, and that was basically due to we were past retention periods on certain things, such as cell phone records and banking records.
You said that in your report or in your interview with Detective Veto, you said there was strong circumstantial stuff. What did you mean by that?
I think when you took the totality of some of the testimonial evidence that we had gathered from people, that led me to my belief of the theory of what I believe or how the girls were killed that day.
And I hate to keep circling back to this, but do you recall any specific testimonial evidence that led you to that belief? You talked about the BAU and what the Special Agent Ferenczi reported to you. Do you remember any testimonial evidence within your investigation that led you to that belief?
It's just a totality of everything that we had done throughout our investigation.
Can you give me the totality of those facts that encompass that totality?
We knew that Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall were Vinlanders who practiced Odinism. The BAU report basically stated that the crime scene had Odinistic tendencies to that, and we knew that Mr. Holder had a direct tie to one of the victims of the homicide.
Oh. Is that the totality of the testimonial evidence that led to your belief?
In a nutshell, yes.
Okay, I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Baldwin.
Did you ever interview Taylor Hornaday?
Yes, I did.
Was there any significance about her testimony or her statement related to the crime?
I guess could you be more specific?
Yes, it's a terrible question. I'll move, but what was the substance of the interview related to Johnny Messer and anything that his involvement in Delphi, if any?
It was mainly our testimony through the interview with Taylor Hornaday. We were basically able to learn a better timeline of Johnny's involvement with the Vinler group, and we were able to determine some of the other crimes that Mr. Messer had been involved in.
Were you a part of an interview where she talked about Johnny being up there in Delphi during February 13 and 14 of 2017?
Yeah, Taylor did indicate that she believed Johnny Messer was up in the Delphi area around Valentine's Day of 2017.
And did she talk about the condition of her vehicle when she came back?
She said that there was some type of red substance that was found on the side of her vehicle that she believed was blood. She originally thought he may have struck a possum or something along those lines.
But that was after she thought he had been up visiting Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall in Delphi the weekend that the days that the girls were killed.
That is correct.
No other questions.
Mr. McClelland.
Yes. Mr. Click, when you interviewed Taylor Hornaday, isn't it true that she said just up there and not up there in Delphi?
Yes, that's correct, you piece of shit.
And so she didn't say up there in Delphi. She said up there.
That is the words that she used.
And I think she clarified later that up there, when she said up there, she meant Indianapolis. Is that correct?
Johnny did use terms for Indianapolis up there, and he also used the term up there for the Delphi area.
And do you know whether or not Taylor Hornaday's vehicle and the spot she talked about, whether or not it was processed by crime scene techs?
Yes, it was.
And was it?
Yes, it was.
And it was blood on the vehicle.
I never found the results of what the crime scene techs did.
Jesus Christ.
Found.
Okay.
Wow. So we just don't know to this day.
Mm-mm.
It's because no one found them.
Mhm.
Holy fuck.
Is this the first time that we know this? Am I missing something?
We knew
It
that
was
there was
definitely
blood on the
Courtney's
vehicle.
notes.
Wait,
Sorry.
so
what?
those.
We knew about the blood on the vehicle, or that
Yeah.
she thought there was blood on the vehicle. I don't recall ever hearing about losing or not being able to find the results from the crime scene text. Now, somebody here with a better memory may remember that. I do not remember that.
Because what crime scene text did that?
No idea. No, I didn't even. I don't know anything about it even being tested. I thought this was something that she said later on.
Teresa, how many do we have left?
We have one testimony left of Veto.
Oh,
So it'd be great if we had that evidence list, right? You guys, this is like, okay. All right.
You guys ready for one more? Can you handle one more?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're trying to cut out stuff before we do that, Judge, and I don't want to step on Mr. Baldwin's toes, but I want to introduce Taylor Hornaday's deposition. Let's do this real quick.
Okay. All right.
I don't even know if it's probably not even a big deal. They admit Taylor Hornaday's deposition. They don't even read any of it. So,
Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. All right. Well, blibbly blue. Oh, Veto. It's right. It comes up right
Yeah.
next, right? Okay.
yeah.
yeah, Vito's next.
Sorry, I'm just like still.
I was thinking if they said anything about her deposition, like they had any lines in particular that they say out loud, that would be great. I'm really hoping that we get these depositions
Me too.
in our exhibit list that we've got coming,
No shit.
because these are all printable, so we should have them, right? I mean,
Yeah, hopefully.
I just don't know.
Do we know
Okay, so
when
yeah.
she was originally interviewed?
Taylor Hornaday?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any recollection of. I don't think they even said anything about. They just said that she was interviewed.
Wow.
I mean, I knew that there was so many things that were missing and wrong, but this seems. I just don't understand.
How is it that everything surrounding this group of people is just
Right.
non-existent anymore in the investigation?
Right. Blood on her
give me a
fucking
fucking
car.
break.
Give me a fucking
Oh.
break. Blood on her car and the test results are just missing.
Well, I mean, even if you take it, okay, so, but I mean, like, at the very minimum, to me, even if you just take literally what he's saying is the totality of the evidence, along with, like, that this wasn't let in a way that was, there was an alternate theory. I mean, there were ways that they could have that Gull could have allowed this in, because there's more than enough here, right?
This is Click too, and Click doesn't actually come in until 2018. So all I said October 2018. I mean, I could have narrowed it down, but I'm really bad with dates, so
I think I was.
That's all eyes.
Oh my god.
So they tested her car in October 2018.
Probably right around then, yeah. Because remember, he's off the investigation in 2019, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, are you telling me they tested? Okay, but if they tested her car a year later, is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. Just to see if there was anything on it.
Okay, that's weird.
And then it's just the final report. Like, so I do struggle with some of the lack of follow-up questions from Baldwin and Rose.
Yeah. Yes.
Like, why aren't we saying, like, do you know what happened to it? Do you
right?
Did you ever ask anybody about it? Like, there's a couple different times in here that I'm like, you could have really kind of kept going. Amber made a couple comments that I'm like, okay, continue to ask her about that because otherwise it's irrelevant.
Unless
you can-
maybe Baldwin knows that.
But then
Yeah,
why
it
even
doesn't.
bring up the first question? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
Because he probably
Yeah.
was only just trying to ask enough to get it to be like where a reasonable person would think there was a nexus, but
he
not.
knows that Goal's not reasonable.
But he really did think she was reasonable up until like.
He doesn't think she's reasonable during this hearing.
No.
They've already
been
been booted and brought back on.
Yeah.
Hey, Cryptex.
I think Veto's like 50 pages.
Who's Veto? Because it ain't me.
Because it's kind of weird.
It was supposed to be Charles, but Charles was supposed to be Click and Veto, but he bounced. Does anybody in chat want to volunteer? We have this last transcript for Trooper Dave
Why
Veto.
don't you be Veto?
I can be Veto. It's just hard for me to do all the things at the same time, but I can absolutely do it.
Just because it's the last one, and then we'll make sure that everybody's signed up for Wallet tomorrow.
Yeah. So, I gotta just make sure Ange is on board because that's we're only doing the one testimony tomorrow, and then we're gonna create like a more like a sign up sheet. Not really a sign up sheet, but Lowlight, you want to read? Okay, perfect. But like for the trial, if anybody in particular wants to come and read, like for trial, if you want like a specific, why can't I invite somebody?
Oh my God! Who claimed Weber? Can I be Weber?
You can be Weber. He testifies twice. Remember?
Oh my God! Yes.
Well, does somebody want to be Nick?
So tomorrow, Nick is Travis.
Yeah. Right.
I think she means now. Do you mean now?
Yeah.
Okay.
If not, I can stay.
No, I can do one or the other, so it's fine. I mean, like I said, we have one more and then we're done for today.
Okay, let's go. I want to get Veto.
We're about to do Veto.
Okay. So I'm good.
And then I think Lowlight's going to come up and read Veto for us.
Am I still
Just
Mr. Nick or Dina?
Let me see.
I gotta see.
But I mean, if you need to go, you guys have done a lot today. The both of yous.
Heart. It was so much fun though.
Yeah, I kind of do actually.
I'm trying to see who it is. McClelland. It is McClelland.
Because you said this is like 50 pages?
It's 42.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye, Shaboobies.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so Andy, you want to stay or are you gonna go?
I'm fine.
Or should I go now? You're good?
Let's go.
Okay, so Lowlight, you are, thank you for coming up. You are Trooper David Veto.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can, thank you. Of course I can hear you. You have like the best mic in the universe.
I was going to say, he always sounds great.
Dude, I'm like so jealous. I want that mic. Like, I want that mic so bad. Like, I think about it all the time. I'm like, I want Lowlight's mic.
What even is it?
I object.
I mean, not like I can afford it, but I'm just curious.
Okay, I'm getting like a weird feedback here.
Yeah, from our shitty mics. I'm not surprised.
No, it's like I hear you guys like. Let me try something else here. Let me check something.
You sound beautiful to me.
Uno momento.
Yeah, he's got the sexy mic. Maybe it's just voice. Maybe it's his voice. Like he should read like smut books online with that mic and that voice for sure.
He's never going to help
you're
us
making
again.
me blush.
He's
Okay,
like,
can you hear me now?
I'm never coming up here again.
All right, so can you hear me still?
I can hear you perfect. Yeah.
Okay, very good. I'm ready to go.
Okay, you are Detective Dave or Trooper. Sorry, you are Trooper David Veto. And we are on
page 200.
Yeah. So,
are you going to be reading on Teresa's screen or?
Well, I don't have to actually. I can pull mine own up.
Okay, it doesn't matter. I try to keep up, but if I have to run to the restroom, then it kind of screws everybody up. It's volume 6. It's volume 6, page 200.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know.
And
what
we
the
are on
problem is.
line 8, I guess.
Let me. I'm sorry.
You're
Let
good.
me pull up mine.
Brian.
All right.
Brian, no, I'm not. Stop telling people that.
Okay, I think this is awesome doing the August 1st. Okay, so this should be volume 4, right? Volume 4.
6.
Now this is volume 6.
Volume
Page
6. Okay.
200.
Volume 6, page 200.
Yeah, Sleuthy came up with we need to finish the 3-day hearing so we can find out all the things that they didn't allow at trial. And then we can also find out like things like with Walla, what she testifies to here and changes at trial.
Oh, God.
Good idea.
I object.
Yeah, I have a hard time. I haven't even read Walla yet, but
I haven't either.
We're doing that tomorrow. We haven't read it yet either.
okay, so I'm on page 200.
Okay, volume 6, page 200, and we are on line 8.
Okay, very
Right.
good.
All right, here we go.
Well, I'm going to start at 5. So, Judge, just from roadmap purposes, we're going to transition to Keegan Klein.
Okay.
I'm going to call Trooper David Veto.
Okay.
May I?
Yeah.
Thank you. Trooper, why don't you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
David R. Veto, V-I-D-O.
Okay, and tell the judge where you work.
For the Indiana State Police Lafayette Post.
And how long have you worked for the state police?
Approximately 10 years.
All right, and you're a detective, right?
Yes, sir.
And just to get to the point, have you been involved in this investigation, the Delphi case, basically from its inception?
Briefly in 2017 for a few months. Then I was assigned full-time in April 2019.
So 2017, basically shortly after the homicide, and then in 2019, kind of on a full-time basis.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair way of describing this?
Yes, sir.
And in the course of your duties, let me just ask this. Did you work with Nicole Robertson?
I did not at the time.
Okay, did you in 19?
I did not.
Okay. All right. Were you a member, so to speak, of the Unified Command and kind of the patrol unit?
After 2019.
Okay, so you were kind of one of the brass that was meeting on a consistent basis and talking about the investigation?
I wouldn't say brass, but I don't hold that rank, but I was part of the core team.
Okay, thank you for that. And let's kind of go back to 2017. Was there a time period very early in this investigation where the law enforcement or the investigative team was seeking out information regarding Liberty German's phone?
Can you repeat?
There were contacts that she was having on those phones, on her phone.
In 2017?
Yes.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that early on that it was discovered that she was communicating with others, just people who lived in the outside world, people outside of Delphi?
That's correct.
And was one of those individuals identified, at least on her phone, as someone by the name of Anthony Schatz?
Yes, sir.
And my recollection is that the communications, well, strike that. Were there communications between Liberty German and this Anthony Schatz profile?
Yes, sir.
And my recollection is that those came on both Snapchat and I think it was Instagram. Is that generally accurate?
I believe it was just Snapchat.
Just Snapchat? Okay.
That's at least I was able to find records for.
Okay. And so did you ultimately conduct an investigation into the identity of this Anthony Schatz profile?
So in 2017, I did not. It was part of that investigation. Like I said, I was not part of that investigation in 2017. I started the investigation into Anthony Schatz around March of 2020.
At that time, had there already been an investigation into the identity of the Anthony Schatz profile? Who was behind that?
Yes, sir.
So you were working with somebody else's kind of investigative work product?
That's correct.
All right. And is it fair to say that that individual was an individual by the name of Keegan Klein?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Just for the sake of kind of talking about the scope of what you were doing, I want to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit DDD. Do you recognize that general exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and is this the first page? Is this a press release from the Indiana State Police?
That's correct.
And the press release is dated December 6th of 2021.
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm trying to get to the point here, that this press release, in summary, is asking for assistance, public assistance, with regard to this fictitious profile identified as Anthony Schatz?
Yes, sir.
So you're really reaching out to the public at large and saying, anything anybody knows about Anthony Schatz, please tell us?
That's correct.
Okay, and page 2 and 3 are those pictures. Essentially, there's 4 on page 2, 4 on page 3, photographs of this. Well, are those photographs that were associated with the Anthony Schatz profile?
Yes, this individual's name is not Anthony Schatz, but associated with that profile.
The profile. Okay, and so were those photos included in the press release?
I believe so.
So you actually attached the photos of a real human, right? This is a real live human, correct?
Yes, Vince Kowalski. Yes,
Who is it?
Vince Kowalski.
Okay, I didn't recall that, so thank you for that. And this was offered up because you were seeking assistance regarding this profile.
Correct.
Move to admit DDD.
No objection.
All right, without objection, triple D's is admitted.
So then Indiana State Police and the Unified Command casted a pretty wide net as it relates to interest in the Anthony Schatz profile, right?
Can you clarify that?
Well, you were seeking public assistance through a public portal, right? Advertising, basically.
Asking for assistance for that. Yes.
It's a formal press release done by the Indiana State Police.
Correct.
And the intention of that is to disseminate that information really around the world, theoretically, right?
Right. We try to obtain information. Correct.
Well, and is it fair to say that at some point through the work of your investigators, it was determined that there was a gentleman by the name of Keegan Klein. I shouldn't say gentleman. There was a man by the name of Keegan Klein who was associated with that profile.
Yes, sir.
And where did Mr. Klein live?
In Peru, 67 East Canal.
And so when was it, just generally speaking, that Keegan Klein was first approached about his association with the Anthony Schatz profile?
I believe it was February 25th, 2017.
Okay, are you fully familiar with... No. Okay, so did you participate in that initial contact?
No, I did not.
Okay, are you fully familiar with all the facts and circumstances that occurred, generally speaking, during that contact?
I would say generally yes.
In other words, there was a report. Now, who actually made that first contact, if you recall?
That would have been Tracy Kunstek of the state police. And I believe Agent Willem with the FBI.
Who was the FBI agent?
Agent Willem, I believe was his name.
Willem? And is it accurate to say that there was confirmation that there were communications between Anthony Schatz and Liberty German leading up to February 13th of 2017?
Yes, sir.
And even on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's undisputed in your mind that there were communications between the two?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that Keegan Klein was the communicator, at least on the Anthony Schatz end?
For the most part.
Do you believe that there may have been more than one communicator?
It's possible.
And would the other communicator have been his father?
Tony Klein, yes.
Okay, whom he lived with.
Correct.
So Tony Klein also was kind of consumed into this investigation along with his son Keegan, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're generally familiar with the circumstances associated with the investigation surrounding those two people?
Yes, sir.
During the course of your investigation, did you discover that Keegan Klein actually owned a firearm?
Yes, I did.
Did you recover a firearm from him and essentially process that as evidence in this case?
I do not believe we were able to locate that firearm.
Okay, you saw some photos that he had a firearm, right?
That is correct.
And was that firearm of interest to you?
It was.
Okay. Tell the judge why.
It was a Smith & Wesson 40 caliber firearm.
You got to be fucking kidding me. And just to get to the point, is it fair to say that when the crime scene was processed, there was recovered from that scene an unspent round near the bodies of the girls?
That is correct.
Okay. And if I recall,
You got.
I seem to recall that it was a 40 caliber round, right?
Yes, sir.
And so one of the reasons why you were interested in this firearm is because it was the same caliber as the round that was found at the crime scene.
That is correct.
But you were not able to recover the gun, right?
No, sir.
Is it accurate that there are actually pictures of him with the gun?
I don't recall pictures with
I
him,
do.
but there was pictures with his friend, Derek Hayes, I believe, with the firearm.
Okay, and then ultimately, when Keegan Klein was interviewed in this case, is it accurate to say that law enforcement learned that he had various electronic devices that he was communicating with to people outside of his household?
That is correct.
Basically the public, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm kind of going down the list. He had at least one, if not two iPhones. Is that right?
I believe so.
A Samsung phone, do you generally recall that?
Yes, sir.
A tablet, or maybe more than one tablet?
I believe it was one tablet.
I think I even saw where he had an iPod, which kind of took me back in time, but
Yes, sir.
okay.
I think so.
And do you agree that all of those items, or at least the majority of them that was discovered, had content that was associated with child pornography?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that during this investigation in this case, that the idea that sex may have been a motive was pretty obvious amongst Unified Command?
As in the...
That the idea that there may have been some sexual motive to this crime was common knowledge amongst the Unified Command?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there was a real interest in in the fact that Keegan Klein had all of this child pornography essentially in his possession, right?
A separate case was developed to investigate just that. Yes.
Okay, but that consistency with what you believed may have happened and this case at the crime scene, strike that. There was a consistency between what you believed might have happened in this case at the crime scene with some of the materials you were finding as well.
I guess I don't understand the question.
That's probably because it was a poor question. Let me withdraw that. Do you agree that there was a belief that sex may have been a motive in the Delphi case?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree that obviously that would have involved two minors?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree that Mr. Klein had a lot of material on his phones and tablets and electronic devices that related to sex with minors?
Yes, sir.
And is it accurate to say that a lot of the Keegan Klein / Anthony Schatz profile material was current? In other words, he was transmitting this material close in time to the crime in this case.
It spanned over years.
Leading all the way up to that point. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And so you, at some point, your investigative team decided that they were going to administer a polygraph to him. Is that right?
To Keegan Klein?
Yes.
That was before I was involved.
But you're aware that that happened?
Yes.
Okay, and so there were resources being exhausted on him in terms of his potential involvement, right?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that he was denying early on in the investigation any connection whatsoever with Liberty German?
Yes, sir.
And he was denying responsibility for any of this child pornography that existed?
Yes, sir.
He was lying to you, basically. Your investigative team back in 2017 when he was approached, right?
At first, yes.
My recollection in reading the reports is he was pretty much lying about everything that you asked him about or your team asked him about.
At first, yes.
And I recall seeing in one of your reports that he actually, I think it was around the time that he was polygraphed, went back and wiped out some information on one of his phones.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that?
I do.
And all right, I think he just basically deleted all the apps that he was communicating with. Is that accurate?
There were specific ones, Snapchat and some other ones.
And did you find that to be evidence or information that suggested that he may have had some culpability in this case at that time?
It's unknown because the material was lost, so...
So is that something as an investigator that was of interest to you?
Yes.
And that it could have been connected with his involvement in this case?
Sure.
Now, going back to there was an interview of Mr. Klein, and I'm sure you're familiar with it, February 25th of 2017. Does that sound generally
Yes, sir.
accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And do you recall that during that interview, I think early on, well, strike that. Do you acknowledge that that occurred at his dad's home and his home in Peru?
Yeah. Yes, it occurred in one of our vehicles that we have that was parked outside.
Okay. And do you recall that in that interview, initially, he denied his responsibility, right?
Yes, sir.
But then at some point during the interview, he started to change his story, basically.
That's correct.
And I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, but like he actually was kind of beating himself up, saying that he was a piece of crap and things like that, right?
I believe so.
And then eventually he acknowledged that he had been lying to the police about his connection with the Anthony Shots profile.
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, is it accurate to say that you were able to confirm undeniably that he was Anthony Shots, basically? That he was the person who was operating that profile online?
Yes, sir.
And communicating with Liberty German in that respect?
Yes, sir.
All of it on the day that the girls came up missing?
I don't know if he was the one communicating that day, but he did admit to creating and using that account. Yes.
But those communications were coming from a device that he had possession of or that he had control of?
Of the account, yes.
And did you learn also from Mr. Klein that in the week or so after the girls came up missing that he and his father went off to Las Vegas?
They did go to Vegas, yes.
And did you learn that his father had at some point offered him some money to stay out there?
The Vegas trip was pre-planned, and I believe the money to stay out there was later.
Okay, so there was an offer of some kind.
Yes, after they came back.
There was some question about why and whether the significance of it, right?
Correct.
Do you acknowledge that he was not able to offer you up an alibi for February 13th that you could corroborate?
That is correct.
Okay. What I recall is that he may have said he was with his girlfriend or something, right?
He gave multiple different stories to investigators, and then throughout my interviews as well.
Could you say that for me again?
To the investigators in 2017, he gave information on what he was doing, and then it did change a little over time.
Woman called him Fatback. She said, "Why did Fatback go to Vegas?" Am I on line 3?
Yes.
So he gave inconsistent stories about his alibi over the course of the investigation?
Correct.
But you were never able to clear his alibi, any of those versions, right?
We were able to disprove a lot of pretty much everything that he had said.
Okay, so he gave you a story. He said, "Hey, I was there on February 13th," and then you later proved that wasn't true.
That is correct.
So the further you went, the harder it got to even identify where he was on February 13th.
Ultimately, we were able to, through his phone data, showed that he was at his residence using his phone that day.
It was just phone was at the residence, right?
Correct.
Whether or not he was using it, you don't know, right?
There was some data I was told that was being used at the time.
Well, but his father also had access to it, right?
Potentially.
And he lived with his father?
Correct.
And you had concerns about his father's involvement in this case as well?
Correct.
Now, do you recall Mr. Klein admitting to law enforcement that he actually did exchange some of these, or did exchange these photo, I think they were admitted on DDD here, page 2 of 3 with Liberty German?
I believe so, yes.
And he was essentially offering these up as basically an alter ego, or some kind of, I guess, an alter ego, right?
Correct.
Do you recall him telling law enforcement that he'd actually deleted information regarding his communications with her?
He did admit to, I believe, blocking her and deleting the application he was using to communicate with her.
Okay. Trying to destroy proof that he was communicating with her.
I'm sorry?
Destroying proof that he was communicating with her?
Communicating with her and probably other underage individuals.
He did actually say that he had been communicating with some of her friends too in the week or so leading up to this, right?
That is correct.
And I recall in one of the video
Right,
conversations,
Wilbur.
I have a note here. It was at 2:13 that there was a suggestion from one of the law enforcement officers that he had some of the same physical characteristics as the picture of what we refer to as Bridge Guy in this case. Do you remember that?
You'd have to clarify that.
Okay, you don't recall that, him saying that? Strike that. What I recall from watching the video is that there was some suggestion by the interviewer that Mr. Klein had some of the same physical characteristics as the person in the Bridge video. Do you recall that?
Was that from the February 25th interview?
I think, I'm not going to say because I don't know. I see it here marked as 2:13 on the video.
Okay. I don't recall.
Okay, if you don't know. You saw Mr. Klein, right?
Multiple times over the years.
And just from a physical standpoint, are there some similar characteristics between him and the person that's in the Bridge video?
I would say he was bigger.
When you saw him?
Throughout the years, yeah.
And when did you first actually have physical contact with him?
That would have been August of 2020.
Okay, so 3 years after the video was taken, right?
That's correct.
Do you remember him failing that polygraph exam?
I'm sorry.
Objection. I have no idea why I'm objecting. It's not admissible at the trial level. Can't be considered for the court or shouldn't be considered by the court. So I'm just going to object to that question.
Judge, this isn't we're not in a trial. This is a pretrial hearing where the rules of evidence are relaxed. And I think the relevance of this is that because he showed some deceit, that they continued to investigate him as it related to the crime. So it shows that he that he continued to be a person of interest. That's why I'm asking to introduce it, not because I'm asking.
I understand what you're saying.
Oh my God.
But the nexus has to be proved by admissible evidence in a trial.
Oh my.
And that's what the objection is. And since a polygraph's not admissible in trial, that's why I would sustain the objection.
Oh.
I appreciate that. May I comment on that?
Sure.
Judge, my view is that may not be accurate because, again, in a hearing like this, the court's allowed to accept hearsay evidence that may not be admissible at a trial. And so, by analogy, I think that the court could accept evidence about his participation in a polygraph.
Okay, Mr. Rosie, thank you. Move on.
Thank
At
you.
least look, I'm just going to say one thing here as Nick McClellan, that at least he preserved it for the record. I'll now sit down.
Baldwin just gave in and agreed with him on the last time the graph situation came up. He's like, I agree with him. I'll move on.
That's right. You bet. Okay. Yeah.
Well, that's why he tried to do it again. But this time Rosie was like,
exactly. Rosie's like, no, absolutely not. Because it's, oh God.
It's just like when he made that one objection and he like didn't know what the grounds was, and she was like, do you mean course of the investigation? And then from that point on, he fucking used that objection throughout the entire rest of the proceedings.
You know,
I feel like me and Lowlight are like speeding through this, and somehow we've only gone through 17 pages.
It's just because
I feel like we're really rolling through it.
Yeah, we're crushing it. We're doing fine. I mean, I'm down. Like
it's just so dense. I mean, the information is so dense. So that's what I mean.
I'm pissed about the gun. I knew he had a gun. I knew he had pictures with. Remember they talked about it was either pictures or a video of him sitting in like the computer chair with the black dudes behind him, and like they had guns. Like I remember all the mentioning of the guns, but I did not know that it was a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson. Did not know that.
I mean, you know, I guess I don't know what nexus means, right? Because he called
DNA at the crime scene. That's what Gull says.
Well, then that means that, you know, we don't have.
Well, that was the whole argument before, was that everything she said was required to be a nexus for third party. Nick didn't have in regards to Rick Allen.
Exactly. It's just hearing it. I mean, it's one thing knowing it all, but Jesus Christ. Okay, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
I'm so
No,
glad
no,
we
it's
need to
fine.
know all of this stuff. And we're not even at the trial yet, dude. We're still in a pretrial hearing.
I know. I just got through the August 23rd hearing, and I can't talk about it. So,
I'm already so annoyed. I
Oh,
really didn't.
wait. Did you find something interesting in the August 23rd?
oh yes.
Well, that's the one
Oh,
where Nick is saying that he offered a plea deal, and Rosie's like, no, that wasn't a plea deal.
It was an
That was,
angry email.
that was angry emails.
interesting.
But the most interesting part, and I'll just throw this in there and then I'll be done, is that I connected it back to when the murder sheet knew well before time in April of 2024 that there could have been a plea deal when they called Richard Allen as the represented party. That's all I'm going to say.
It goes deeper
That's
than
what
that in the
people.
sense that
Yes, it does. It goes
in a
way
sense that
deeper.
in the sense that people somehow knew
Yep.
that there was a
Mm-hmm.
claim
Mm-hmm.
by a certain doctor that
Mm-hmm.
he told her in prison that
Mm-hmm.
he wanted to plead guilty and his attorneys wouldn't let him.
Right.
Right.
Yep. Yep.
And that was
All
all
of
over.
that.
That came out and that was all over.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And how would anybody have known what he said in confidence to Dr. Walla in prison?
Well, but now we have a record of an email that Nick sent in the 30th. So
Well,
it's
I think Nick sent that because Walla told
yeah,
him that.
sure. All of it. All of it. But he had to say it out loud in court. So in a closed hearing. Anyway, whatever. I can't.
All right.
I'm trying to,
We're on page 217, right? Mine looks different than Teresa's.
17, a little
We're on
bit over
217.
halfway down. It says, you'll be starting with my notes
Got
suggest.
it. Okay.
sorry for the
So
sidebar.
Oh,
no,
no, you're
that's okay.
good.
My notes suggest I do recall this generally that there was an interview on August 21st of 2020. Did you do that interview
With
Tony Klein?
Tony Klein. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and that was at the Carroll County Sheriff's Department?
Prue State Police Post.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. And I recall that at that time you had some tips that you were working with that suggested that Tony Klein may have been involved in the murders. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that specifically.
All right. Were you aware that he had a history of some violence?
That is correct.
Okay. And I do recall that some of that involved like domestic related violence. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did you have conversations with him about assaulting his wife at one point?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we did that at that interview or not.
Do you recall having a conversation with Tony Klein about him assaulting one of his own kids who was about 4 or 5 years old at the time?
I believe so.
And that he had actually shoved a child's head in the toilet. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall having a conversation with Tony Klein about him putting a shotgun to Keegan's mother's head at one point?
I don't know if I spoke to Tony about that, but I remember Keegan making statements about that.
And do you recall Keegan making statements about the fact that his dad kind of had a bad leg at one point and suggested he looked a little like the video of the bridge guy?
I did believe Keegan did make a statement about his father's leg.
He said that his dad wore similar clothing to that.
I believe so.
Now, fast forwarding, is it accurate to say that there was a time when, well, Keegan Klein was ultimately arrested for crimes in Miami County? Is that right?
That's correct.
May I approach?
You may.
Handing you what's been marked as defendant's EEE, if you'll just take a look at that. Generally familiar with that document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is this an abstract of judgment? That's what it says at the top, right?
Yes, sir.
Basically a sentencing order that reflects Mr. Klein's convictions from his Miami County case.
Correct.
And is it fair to say, just to summarize, and the judge can discern, she can sort through those basically, is it accurate that when the state police investigated Keegan Klein in this case, the Delphi case, that resulted in him being charged with numerous offenses in Miami County related to child sex acts?
It was a separate case that was spurned from this investigation. Yes.
Okay, it was prompted by this investigation.
Correct.
Basically, you unearthed information regarding child pornography and those types of things that then was taken by another investigative team and investigated.
Law enforcement did in 2017, yes.
Okay, and the result of that was, I don't remember how many charges there were. I'm trying to count Roman numerals. Do you remember how many charges he...
Ah, Judge. The state has no objection to admitting this piece of evidence. It speaks for itself. The court can review it.
Thank you. And I'll ask the court to take judicial notice of it.
I'll show Triple E admitted without objection.
All right. So he was charged with a couple dozen counts involving child pornography and dissemination of that pornography, those types of things, right?
Correct.
They were all referenced, right?
Yes, sir.
On Exhibit EEE, right?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately convicted if this is a reflection of his convictions, correct?
Yes, sir.
Handing you what's been marked as FFF. Is this a copy of essentially the case report that stemmed from his Miami County charges?
I would say a small version of it. I don't think that's a complete report.
Oh, but it's a nice summary of kind of how that all was kicked off from there, right?
Yes, I believe this is the start of it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I noted on page 2 here, there were a number of phones that were referenced here. iPhone, Samsung, netbook, tablet. Are these, as far as you're aware, the phones that you would have recovered in the course of this investigation that prompted the Miami County case?
So this investigation was separate from itself at that point. They took those devices for that case there.
The Miami County case.
Correct.
But it's the same phones that you actually recovered, your team.
Correct.
And the other electronic devices?
Correct.
Move to admit FFF.
No objection.
All right, without objection, Triple F is admitted.
And Judge, I'm going to have to make a copy of that when we're done because I didn't
That's okay.
give one to Nick. Thank you.
That's okay.
And then finally, so is it fair to say that there was a point in time when Mr. Klein's case, or while Mr. Klein's case was pending in Miami County, that he began communicating with your investigative team about his involvement in the Delphi murder case?
Correct.
Or the Delphi murders?
Yes, sir.
And I recall he was doing that through his lawyer at the time, right?
Yes, sir.
And is it accurate to say that there was an occasion when there was an interview set up of him? I believe it might have been over at the Air Force Base, but I could be wrong. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Oh, God.
Can you tell the judge approximately when that was?
I believe that took place in August of 2022.
August of 22. So we're talking about a time frame it's pretty obvious, I guess, a couple months before Mr. Allen was arrested.
Yes, sir.
All right. So at that point, there was a significant amount of resources that were directed towards Keegan Klein and his potential involvement in this case. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And you were one of those guys that was heading the charge, so to speak.
Yes, sir.
And I believe, am I correct in saying that Officer Holman might have been involved in that interview at the Air Force Base?
Yes. There was a core team that was involved with that. Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Klein's lawyer, right?
That is correct.
And then during that interview, I recall it was a videotaped interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
From that interview, did your team, well, strike that. Let's just get to the point. Did Mr. Klein admit that he was at the trail on February 13th, 2017 to your team?
He advised that he was in the area with his father at that time.
Okay, and he lived in Peru, right?
That is correct.
And we're talking about Delphi. So he's saying he's in another place here in Delphi.
Yes, sir.
Okay, when you say in the area, I mean, you're talking about here in Delphi.
Yes, he said that.
And did he acknowledge specifically that he was actually at the cemetery that's located near the trail
That is correct.
where the girls were found, basically?
Yes, sir.
And if I had to estimate, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that cemetery is probably within 2 or 3 or 400 yards from the crime scene?
I'm not sure the exact distance, but it is in that area, yes.
Okay, that's not an unreasonable way to view the distance between the two, right?
Again, I don't know the exact distance.
All right. Have you been in the cemetery?
I have.
Okay, is it fair to say that the cemetery butts right up against the wooded track where the girls were found?
That is correct.
Contiguous, as lawyers would say?
Yes, sir.
And so at that point, did your team then set up or make arrangements to actually have Mr. Klein transported to that location to describe to your team what had transpired on February 13th, 2017?
Yes, to describe the way that it was taken.
Okay.
To the cemetery, the way that they drove down there.
You were interested in the route, right?
Yes,
You're also, I'm assuming, interested in where he said he went, right? His destination.
correct.
And is it fair to say that his lawyer did not participate in that? You just took him on your own in your car without his lawyer present?
I did not.
Okay, one of your,
Law enforcement team did, yes.
and that was by arrangement, right? It wasn't like you did that without his lawyer's permission.
Correct.
Did Trooper Holman do that?
Yes.
All
Yeah.
right. And is it accurate to say that Mr. Klein told your team in this formal interview that he had taken his father to that cemetery?
I don't remember which one said that, they or what he said, who drove, but they both went to that cemetery. Yes.
Well, if I recall, I think he said something about driving a Jeep of some sort.
Yes, it was in their red Jeep that they had.
And is it accurate to say that he communicated that he said that his father at one point got out of that Jeep and walked into that wooded area?
That is correct.
And did he say his father came back at some point later in time within, I'm going to say, an hour or two? I'm just kind of estimating.
Yes, sir.
And did he tell you that that occurred during daylight hours?
Yes, sir.
And this was on the day when the girls came up missing.
Correct.
And did he tell your team that when his father came back, his father actually had blood on his pants?
Yes, sir.
And that his father got back in the car with him?
I'm not sure if he said it was on his pants, but he did say he had blood on him, had it somewhere.
Did he tell you that his father ultimately did not speak specifically about what he had done when he was in the wooded tract?
That's correct. I believe he said that they had a good time and.
His father said that they, meaning he with somebody else, had a good time?
Correct.
Referring that he was with somebody else in the wooded tract?
Correct.
This is, to be fair, this is what Keegan Klein told your investigative team.
That is correct.
And it was of interest enough that you made arrangements to actually transport him out there to go through all this story with him on the site?
Correct.
At the site, I should say, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
At the site, I should say?
At the cemetery.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And did Mr. Klein also communicate to you that at some point after that, there was some type of weapon that was discharged or discarded is the word I'm looking for in the...
That's correct.
Tell the judge what he told your team.
He just told us before he or they got home, they went over the bridge and threw the cell phone into the river, and I believe he said his father threw a knife into the river.
Okay, and so was it, I mean, a logical extension that that knife may have been used in this crime?
That is correct.
So what'd you do as a team to try and recover the evidence?
We organized a search of that river.
Okay, and that's the Wabash River, right?
That is correct.
And this was how many years after, or when was it that you would have done that search?
So that would have been August of 22.
So not a lot of chance of finding anything 5 years later, right?
We actually found quite a lot of things from years past.
Just other items, right?
Sure.
But you didn't find a knife or the cell phone.
We found multiple cell phones, multiple knives, I believe. I think a firearm or two.
Okay.
We found multiple items, different items.
Did you find either a knife or a cell phone that you, with some level of confidence, identified with the story that Mr. Klein had given you?
No, sir.
Okay, but you expended resources to try and get that done, right?
Yes, sir.
Dive team, all that kind of stuff.
Yes, sir.
And at some point, even after that, did your team make efforts to try and connect the dots? I guess I'll say between the Klein family and Mr. Allen?
Not at the time.
Let me give you some context. So ultimately, Mr. Allen's arrested a couple months later, right?
Correct.
After his arrest, were there efforts by your team to try and connect Mr. Allen with the Klein family?
That is correct.
And those efforts were basically interviewing people in and around the Miami County area?
Yes, sir.
Did you learn at some point that Mr. Allen had actually lived in Miami County?
Yes, sir.
And that his wife had actually Mr. Allen's wife had lived in Miami County?
That's correct.
Did you also learn at some point that either one of them, Mr. Allen or his wife, lived somewhere near Mr. Tony Klein?
On 2nd Street.
In the same neighborhood?
I wouldn't say it's the same neighborhood.
It's somewhere relatively close, 5-minute drive or so?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is it fair to say that you were never able to actually connect Mr. Allen or his wife with the Klein family? Nick?
Objection. Asked and answered.
It's overruled.
Let me ask it
What?
again. Is it accurate to say that you were never able to connect Mr. Allen or his wife with the Klein family?
We interviewed multiple people that, in their mind, said that there was no doubt that they knew each other, but we were not able to find anything that, like, to prove that they were together at one point or.
That they were associating on a consistent basis or anything like that?
Correct.
Okay, and there was never any kind of digital communication recovered that suggested there was a connection between the Kleins and the Allens?
And not that we recovered, no.
And you tried to do that?
Oh, yes, sir.
And so ultimately, may I approach?
Yeah.
Handing you exhibit GGG. Take a look at that. This is quite a healthy stack of documents, but to get to the point, is it fair to say this is a probable cause affidavit that was prepared in part by you?
Yes, sir.
And I didn't count the pages, I'm guilty of that. It's probably at least 20 pages. Would you generally agree with that?
Yeah, I believe it's over that, yes.
Okay, and your name is on the back with an affirmation clause, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And basically, is this a summary of the information that you used to seek a warrant in this case?
In a separate case of the child pornography case.
You were assisting with that, right?
It took over, I took over in 2020.
Okay, and there's a lot of information in this. I move to admit the probable cause affidavit.
No objection.
All right. Without objection, GGG is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. There's on the front page there, I don't know, I guess if you want to delete or white that out or whatever.
That's fine.
So basically, is it fair to say this is a nice summary of the information that you would have pulled from those phones that were of interest in this case, all of his digital devices?
Within the child pornography case, yes.
Okay, but they're the same digital devices that you discovered in the course of this investigation, right?
So those devices were seized under this case in the Miami County case.
Okay, let me just make sure I'm clear. You were interviewing Keegan Klein because of the Anthony Shots profile.
That is correct.
In the course of those interviews, you discovered all of these electronic devices, right?
Once the search warrant was served on the residence from that, yes.
And then those devices had all of this, what I'm going to just call inappropriate material on them, right?
That is correct.
And does this report reflect kind of the totality of the material that was found on the devices? And basically everything's blacked out here, right?
For that case, yes.
Because of the content.
Correct.
Okay, did I admit that? I did.
You did.
Just in summary here, I guess, at the conclusion, is it an accurate statement to say that Keegan Klein lied at various times to law enforcement throughout your investigation?
That is correct.
And I think I'm gonna hear is you believe, is it accurate to say that even he may have been lying to you about him going to the cemetery that day?
That is correct.
He lied so many times you don't know what the truth is. Is that generally accurate?
We were able to disprove pretty much a majority of the lies.
Okay, so every time he lied to you, you were able to prove that he was lying to you.
That is correct.
So we don't really know what the truth was in some instances because he was not credible, right?
Correct.
1 second, Your Honor. I think Mr. Baldwin's... I'm going to finish, rest, and then let him question Mr. Veto. Mr. Baldwin has a few questions regarding, I think, this third-party stuff. Is that okay if we just do it now? Oh. It's like 2 or 3 questions. He has some questions of Mr. Veto that he would like to ask about. Tracy, you do it.
He interviewed Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall, and I was going to ask him, okay, you want to just get into that then? Mr. Baldwin says, oh, you want me to go now? Yeah, go ahead.
All right,
Baldwin,
hold on.
Okay, thank you.
Let me check.
Hi, Hess.
Last fall, you interviewed Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder. Is that right?
I believe it was August.
Yeah, August. I think Patrick Westfall was August 17th, I believe. Does that sound right?
That is correct.
He had been told ahead of time, hey, can you come in here? We want to ask you some questions, right?
Yes, sir.
He brought his phone.
Yes.
You asked him if you could look through his phone, did an extraction on his phone,
Yes, sir.
and you found that he had no information or data prior to, I think, August the 10th of 2017, just 7 days earlier. Is that right?
The extraction was completed by Investigator Mullen, and then that information was given to him. I don't ever recall looking through that information.
All right. And then as it relates to Brad Holder, you also interviewed him. I think it was August 30th. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That sounds right.
And you did not ask him for his phone. Is that correct?
I did not.
Why did you not ask him for his phone?
At that time, we didn't. So conducting tips and following up on tips and people that we were looking into, we didn't always ask for phones. Just another way that we could get more information. We already had his work records and buccal swabs for on file for Brad.
Okay, but you were aware when you talked to him that he told a news story about how many times he had met Abigail Williams, right?
I don't believe I was aware of it at that time.
So are you aware of it now?
Since it had been mentioned in this, yes.
Okay, so he told you, what Brad Holder told you was, I met Abby Williams 2 times, once at Patrick Westfall's house, correct?
I believe he said he saw her a couple times. I don't recall saying at Patrick Westfall's house.
Okay. I think we'll put that in evidence. No other questions.
All right, Mr. McClelland.
Thank you, Judge. We'll start with Keegan Klein, Detective Veto. The message that was sent from the Anthony Schatz account to Liberty German, you were able to see that he had a message was sent. Is that correct?
That is correct. We were not able to retrieve the content of that message.
Fair enough. The portion where Keegan Klein said that he and his father went to the cemetery, that he rode with the police and took them out on the route that they traveled, you were able to disprove that, correct?
That is correct.
There's a video on the road that he took, and there's no red Jeep that he said he was driving that passed by that video.
That is correct.
So you were able to disprove that he was in Delphi on that day and that he lied.
Correct. And the information he was providing, it seemed like it was coming from his discovery from his other case.
So Mr. Rosie asked you this. You used a ton of man hours and a ton of people to investigate Keegan Klein. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And through all that investigation and all those man hours, were you ever able to connect Keegan Klein to the crime scene?
No. We were never able to place Keegan or Tony in the crime scene like we were able to with Richard Allen.
You weren't able to do it with
Yeah. What? I can't even question you, sir, with a straight face. Wow. Okay. Were you ever able to place Keegan Klein or Tony Klein on the trails that day?
No, sir.
Were you ever able to place him in Delphi?
No, sir.
In fact, the piece of evidence that you have is that Keegan Klein's phone was at his house and that it was being used.
His phone was there, and I believe Tony Klein's phone was there as well.
Okay, and that's at their house in Peru.
That is correct.
Okay, I want to move on to the Odinism. You did talked about interviewing Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder. I'm going to show you 2 reports that are going to be marked 20 and 21. Can you identify these for the court?
Yes. These are both reports from my interview with Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder.
On August 30th of 2023.
Or Brad Holder and August 17th, 2023 for Patrick Westfall.
I apologize. Thank you for correcting me. Those are true and accurate copies of the reports that you submitted?
I believe so.
And did you make those reports close in time to the interviews?
Yes, sir.
And so do you think that those reports accurately reflect the information that was exchanged in those interviews of those 2 people?
Yes, sir.
Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as 20 and 21, I believe.
Any objection?
No.
All right, without objection, 20 and 21 are admitted.
Mr. Veto, just a couple more questions. When you went to re-interview those two in the August of 2023, why did you do that?
Well, I was told by Lieutenant Holman that during his deposition, the defense team requested law enforcement to look back into them.
So it wasn't because you gathered new information or information that was associated or tied to the killing of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You purely did it because the defense team asked you to do it, asked ISP to do it.
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Mr. Rosie?
Just one or two. Let's just go back to Keegan Klein for a second, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you acknowledge that there is more than one route to that cemetery that we discussed earlier? There's more than one route from Peru, right?
Right. I believe so. But I believe the route he took law enforcement on, he would have passed the Hoosier Harvest Store video.
Okay. If I recall him talking, he was a little unsure about exactly how he got there at first, wasn't he?
I can't recall.
Okay, but do you acknowledge there is more than one route that you could access that cemetery from in that area?
I believe so.
There's actually 3 ways to get in there, right?
I don't know.
You haven't gone out there and looked around to kind of investigate the geography?
I have. There's two different ways on that road you can go, I guess.
All right. Is one of those the other route? At least one of the other routes doesn't have a camera? There was no cameras that you were able to collect to track traffic, right?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Oh, damn it. Hold on.
This is live.
Hold on. Mr. Baldwin has some questions for you, Mr. Veto. Give him just 1 second to put his clothes back on.
I did on the Brad Holder video interview. Wait, is my mic connected? Can you hear
Yep,
me?
you're good.
Okay.
I hear you.
Yep.
The state just asked you if there was nothing new that caused you to interview him. It was basically the defense had wanted you to do that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But then something new did develop, and that was Brad Holder's story changed from 0 the first time, that 0 times that he had ever seen Abigail Williams, the first time he was interviewed back in 2017, 3 days after the girls were killed, to 1 time when he did say, I did meet Brad Holder, or Brad Holder said, I did meet Abby Williams 1 time when he talked to you. Is that correct?
I did not interview back in 2017, but looking back at my report, he said that they saw each other, him and Abigail Williams and Logan saw each other a few times, and it was supervised.
But Brad Holder met her 1 time. Is that what he told you?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay, I'll move the audio or the video in. I apologize. I was wrong. It was at my deposition where he said he met Abby Williams 2 times, once at Patrick Westfall's house. You as an investigator, you are an investigator, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that's worth renewing an investigation now that you have heard that there's evidence that the first time Brad Holder talked about his knowledge of Abby Williams, he said, I didn't know her. And you 1 time, if that's what the video shows, and then later changed that to 2 times, once at Patrick Westfall's house.
Judge, I'm going to object. Is the question whether he's going to renew the investigation knowing that information?
Is it worth renewing an investigation?
How does that relate to a third-party motive?
Because then if he says yes, then again, that goes towards our contention that there's a third-party suspect.
Overruled.
What?
Can I ask a question? Can you ask the question?
Sure, it's a little convoluted. But if it's true that Brad Holder had told one story right after the girls died about how many times he met Abby Williams, then a few years later when you interviewed him, he said, I met her 1 time, and then changed it a few years later to add another 2 times, once at Patrick Westfall's house. Would that be worth re-looking at Brad Holder as a suspect just based upon that information?
So that's not what sparked the to re-interview or look at him, because that's during the interview that happened.
Sure.
I don't believe so, because we have the work records, and we already spoke to law enforcement, and we already had those records.
What if Brad Holder was not at the scene then, but he was there at 2:30 or 3 in the morning? Would that matter to you?
I guess I don't understand your question.
Well, it's late and it's not a great question. I'll move on. It actually was a really great question, but
It
you
was a
say
good
you
question.
that doesn't matter to you, what I just said?
I've interviewed many people during this investigation, and they do sometimes remember things after the interview or before.
Well, if you had a son that dated a person that was violently murdered, and you 3 days later and you said, "Yeah, I never met her." You think 6 years later you're going to all of a sudden remember that, "Oh yeah, I did meet her one time," and then change that again to a second time with another with another sus that he met her at another suspect's house?
I couldn't answer that question.
No other questions.
Wow, that's a stupid answer.
It is really. Anything else, Mr. McClelland?
Just briefly, I want to go back to Keegan Klein. The route that Keegan Klein described that he took, if you know, is that the most direct route from Peru to the crime, to the cemetery?
It would have been from the Hoosier Heartland to that road, yes.
Okay, and Keegan Klein rode with law enforcement and took them on that route.
I believe so. I was not in the vehicle.
Fair enough. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Is he released from his subpoena, Judge?
Yes. He is
God.
released. Okay. Real quick, I think we're done with witnesses. Move to admit Brad Holder's video of that Trooper Veto took on August 30th with it I have attached. Okay. So just more admitting evidence. This is we're going through the remainder of the 3-day hearing from back in July and August of 2024, since we never got all of the transcripts for it. So that's what we're finishing before we head into trial.
Holman was in the vehicle.
Holman was in the vehicle.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
why is it that Richard Allen says, I drove this way, up and
Right.
around and parked over here, and then so on and so forth. But they're like, no, you didn't, because we caught you on the Hoosier Harvestor. But Keegan Klein comes in, who's the notorious fucking liar of everybody, and says, I drove this way. And they're like, nope, he's not on the Hoosier Harvestor, so it can't be him. Like, why does the fucking killer's vehicle have to be on the Hoosier Harvestor video? It doesn't.
Correct. But that's just it, right? I mean, it's like the thing is that none of this makes the fact that she did not allow a third party or, some sort of constructive way to bring in, a modified alternative here is asinine. I mean, we've always known it, but seeing it and reading it and rereading it, it's like, are you fucking kidding me? And the other thing I'm struck by is just how much Nick tells on himself. I mean, that video of the Hoosier, that's real important to him. It's like he kind of telegraphs where he's going. It's just so, it's so upsetting and bizarre and stupid. I don't know.
I think we need to read page 2. We need to go start back on 246 and
Okay.
keep going, because they list out other things, other evidence that's
Let me pull
important.
up the actual volume then.
Well, it's volume 6, page 246, but it's going to go into volume 7.
Okay.
All right. Do you all mind if I go into to chat?
No, you're great. I appreciate you. You're welcome
Am
to stay
I-
here. Go back to
Am
chat.
I released? Am I released?
Am
I
I released?
appreciate you folks letting me on. So
No,
good to be
I
a part.
appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much for helping out. And
Oh, you're welcome.
You're welcome. We have a whole bunch of this to do. You're welcome back anytime.
Well, yeah, if you folks are reading through the transcripts,
Mhm.
many hands make light work.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So tomorrow we're gonna hit up Walla from the 3-day hearing, and then Monday, and then tomorrow night I'm gonna be on with Cryptex, and then Monday we'll start with trial. I don't know what we're gonna do about the voir dire of jurors. I don't really know how I feel about that. So I guess we're gonna have to kind of, I don't know. maybe skim it and see if there's actually anything imperative that we have to know. Because it's like the voir dire of the jurors is like 500 pages itself.
All right.
I object.
I object as well. So I don't know. We'll have to
Alright.
kind of figure that one out as we go. But the plan is to start trial Monday. So
Okay,
yeah,
goodbye.
Andy, you've been amazing. Thank you for spending
Okay.
the last 4 hours with us. Love you for it. Thank you.
Smell your turds later. Okay.
You said Andy, and I thought you were talking to me.
Oh, oopsie. Okay, so hold on. I need, what am I pulling up?
Volume 7.
Volume. Oh, I thought I was doing 6
Mm-hmm.
and 7, right?
246 on page, or volume 6, 246. And it's only 250 pages, so you'll need the volume 7 also.
Okay.
So we're not acting, so I'm going to go back to me, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, perfect. Let me just pull both of those up real quick. And then I will also go back to me.
Okay.
Okay, so let me get volume 6 on here. And you said we're at like page 240, what?
246.
246. Okay.
Line 15 starts with Auger. Right there.
Okay. So sorry, you'll be happy that we don't have witnesses. We previously admitted FBI Special Agent Nicole Robertson's deposition, and we would specifically ask that you review the search warrant, which was attached as an exhibit in which Mr. Logan,
Idiot.
I'm assuming,
She's such an idiot, man.
I'm sorry it's late, Mr. Logan admitted, or in which, that's Ajay who said that. I think they messed it up. I'm sorry
Whatever.
it's late.
Still applies. Whatever.
Or which, okay, so, or in which it notes that Mr. Logan lied about his whereabouts on February 13th. Additionally, there is, and we know that obviously the bodies, Libby's and Abby's, were found on Mr. Logan's property on February 14th. There is also, Your Honor, if you look at Exhibit H to Miss Robertson's deposition, that is a note of the items found by Special Agent Robertson, Special Agent Davies at the time, noting 3 things. A wall calendar on Mr. Logan's wall, noting the date that the young ladies disappeared.
Like
Okay.
what?
And the date they were found.
Oh,
She
cool.
notes finding a blue sweatshirt in the laundry room, and we know that witnesses said that the person they saw on the bridge at some point had on a blue sweatshirt.
Cute.
They did? And we would also note that that's it for Mr. Logan, Your Honor. Okay. Miss Ajay, there's also, when you're another motion in limine filed, paragraph 9 on the state's motion in limine, which is any reference to geofencing and or testimony from Kevin Horan about geofencing or the findings from any geofence search that is not relevant or is for the purpose of confusing the issues. So there are a couple different issues. I think traditionally, most people would say that a geofence warrant refers to a Google warrant. I don't believe that's what Mr. McClellan is speaking of here. I think he's probably, because Mr. Horan is a former special agent with the FBI, he was head of their CAS team, which is the Cellular Analysis Surveillance Team, and they review cell phone records. They obtain and generally review cell phone records. Okay, thank you. Special Agent Horan did that. He generated several spreadsheets of individuals in the
Just
area.
so you know, I'm listening.
Okay.
Hey, I'm listening, but I'm shoving on these seat things.
Okay.
So if I don't
You
answer
might
you
want
right
to
away,
mute
that's
so we don't
why.
hear you grunting. People might get the wrong
Okay.
idea. Special Agent Horan did that. He generated several spreadsheets of the individuals in the area. There was a map that map generated, and we believe it's absolutely part of the investigation and the defendant's, Mr. Allen's 14th Amendment due process rights to talk about the investigation, to talk about the fact that other people or devices were present near the scene where the bodies were located. And so, additionally, if Mr. McClellan, is referencing to the return on the Google warrant, there is absolutely data in those returns that we believe are relevant, placing potential other suspects at the scene. And given that they did that as part of their investigation, I certainly feel that we should be talking about that. In particular, Your Honor, there is a device at the cemetery shortly before the murders. We know from Detective Murphy's testimony that the general consensus was 2 to 5 or 6 people involved in this. And we believe that's the source of one of those people. And we believe that we should be allowed to speak about that. Your Honor, I have, unless anybody from the state has a response to that about Mr. Horan, I have one other issue I'd like to bring to the court's attention. Mr. McClellan says, you want me to go on? The court says, sure. So now we're at Nick saying, okay, Judge, I'm not an expert. No shit, Sherlock. I am not an expert in geofencing. I'm not an expert in Google warrants. This was the defense's opportunity to call witnesses to talk about those things if they wanted to. My understanding, no, they ran out of time and you made them cut out fucking witnesses and wouldn't give them any more days to a hearing. So fuck off. But anyway, sorry. My understanding of geofencing is it's not an accurate science. I think Special Agent Horan or retired Special Agent Horan will even tell you we don't use it for probable cause because it's so inaccurate. Just because a data point on a map through a geofence shows that a phone was there, there's a radius within where that phone can be, and it can be anywhere from 15 meters to 25,000 meters. And so I would ask the court to grant the motion in limine. If during the trial the defense can present evidence that the geofencing is reliable information that the jury can consider, the court would be able to hear that and make a determination then. How in the world are they supposed to bring that up at trial when you are limiting it out of trial? Like they have to open the door to it themselves? Like, what? No, Criminal Network, absolutely not. But I mean, there's the problem of what they could have done had they been allowed to do certain other things as well. So I'm going to go with both sides of that coin. Okay, so they make a determination then. But right now, the knowledge that the state has is that information is unreliable. Why the fuck would you even use it? Why would there be an entire cast team doing this for just shits and giggles? It's like, let's pay an entire team to go through and do geofencing and collect phone data and information if it's not accurate. And I'm pretty sure it's 2,500 meters, but that's my opinion on what I remember about doing it. Andy still think I jumped down because I'm screaming and my cat's scared. I guess we just do all this geofencing for shits and giggles. And we let it into all these other trials just for funsies, even though it's not reliable. The court would be able to hear that. I already read that part. Defense able to say, well, the pinpoint. Okay, so here. But right now, the knowledge that the state has is that information is unreliable. It's wholly unreliable. We just like to waste money and have our investigators use tools that have no fucking value, Your Honor. That's what we do. And it's only entered for the defense to be able to say, well, the pinpoint on this phone shown here, therefore, he must be in the crime scene. Again, not an expert at geofencing. That's not my understanding. The pinpoint is the center of a circle of a radius of where the phone could be, and that could expand. Some of those expand to include even Tippecanoe County. I guess he really is going with the 25,000. And so unless the defense can show that this is accurate, he's definitely not an expert. Defense can show that this is accurate enough to say the phone was in the area of the crime scene at the time of the crime. The state believes it's unreliable and believes it should be kept out, Judge. Okay, so now we're back to Miss Auger. Your Honor, first of all, Mr. McClellan's statements certainly are not evidence. There's some ideas about what he thinks things mean. Number one, okay. There's some ideas about what he thinks things mean, number one. Number two, there are two different sources of data that we're discussing. And I don't know if he's referring to geofencing as all of the cellular data they gathered, but what happened first was the state went and obtained what they call tower dumps. Okay, we know this. So they sent search warrants to Sprint, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and they received data back from those companies. Some of that data is more reliable than others. So what Kevin Horan did, and this doesn't necessarily go to the identity of one person, but it goes to the quality of the investigation. Kevin Horan is going to testify he left a list for Unified Command to follow up with. Whether they followed up with those people and how they followed up with them is absolutely relevant and absolutely part of Mr. Allen's 14th Amendment right and due process right to present a defense and to speak about the quality of the investigation. Yes, it is. 100%. Well, not in Judge Gold's courtroom. Whether Kevin Horan identified certain phones, he put them on the map. I don't disagree. Those aren't pinpoints, but they are people in the area that should have been investigated. Correct? And so, of course, we're allowed to talk about the quality of the investigation. Not in Gold's courtroom, you are not. Who they followed up with, who they cleared, who they didn't, when they knew that these people were in the area. We're not saying that they were at this specific location. Neither is Mr. Horan. No one's saying that. But the issue is that they had a list of suspects that weren't properly vetted. And that's what we will be referring to in the course of this information, as they should. That's with the cell phone data. And Your Honor, it's different with the Google data. So the Google data is very accurate, within 3 to 5 meters. Anytime, if you have Google open on your iPhone, if you have an Android, anytime you pass by something that grabs your location, this is why you know if I go to the mall in Indianapolis and I'm walking in the Keystone Mall, sometimes I shop at Williams-Sonoma. I shouldn't say that, but I get ads for Williams-Sonoma because my phone knows where I am and knows where I'm walking, knows I'm walking into that area. So the Google location is much more accurate than most of the cell phone tower information. That's also correct. But the individuals that we're referring to come from those Google returns, and those are relevant. We can show it not only through Google data, we can also show it through video from the Hoosier Heartland or Hoosier Harvest Store. I always get that wrong. Okay, I'm sorry. So in not identifying certain people, but again, it goes to the nature and quality of the investigation, which is always his right to discuss at trial. Thank you. Judge says, okay, anything else on that? McClelland, of course. Judge, I guess her saying the statements I make is not evidence. That cuts both ways. Oh my God. The only things she's told you today are her statements. She's not put anything in evidence for the court to consider the accuracy of those things. And so just ask the court to consider that when looking at the motion in limine. Thank you. And then paragraph 11, judge says, Ms. Auger says, pardon me, Your Honor. She's McClelland, paragraph 11, Baldwin 11, the court of the motion. The state's motion, that's how. Hold, please. We are skipping to another volume. Files were labeled and handed over to the defense. Mr. Baldwin says, I don't. Mr. McClelland, judge, I'm sorry. Mr. Baldwin, I don't know what they were ever planning on doing anything like that, so I don't even know how that would be done. But if you tell me what you're worried about, then maybe we can just tell you that's not going to happen. Okay. We don't know what 11 is, so it's kind of odd. I remember hearing about this somehow, the Williams-Sonoma example. Well, this is part of the hearings, and we had multiple people who were there, so you probably did hear about it. We have multiple people that were in the the galley. I love that he's like, well, she said that I'm not an expert, so she's not an expert either, and her stuff can't be evidence if my stuff can't be evidence. Just think about that, Judge. Just think about that. Okay, so we don't know what 11 is, but we can do that off the record. Somebody says so. It's probably Nick saying they can't say mean things about me in court in front of the jury. They have to play nice. Yes, Your Honor, there were certain documents we handed over to the defense that were labeled in a certain way, and we could talk about it later, Judge. I don't want to waste any of the court's time. All right, is the defense now done with its presentation? Ms. Auger says, Your Honor, one quick issue. Mr. Ball, remember this 3-day hearing, they had like 6, 7 different motions they wanted to cover, and they were running out of time. They were staying there late, and she asked them, like, is there anybody that you don't like? You don't have to call. Like, we don't need everybody. Like, I get your point. Like, I have all this on record. I don't need you to call people up here just to also say they saw the same shit that the other people already saw. Like, I get it. And so, like, they had to cut out some of the witnesses of what they were doing. So I'm very curious, and my memory is not going to serve me well here because now we've been doing this for too many hours today, on exactly what those motions were. I'm sure All Eyes in chat, she's going to just list them for me, like, just from memory, because that's just how she rolls. She's going to be like, and if we know who ended up getting cut. Hi, Indy Cindy. Okay, so I need a vape. Hold on. Statistics will show that most of this chat are experts. I concur. Okay, so Your Honor, one quick issue. Mr. Baldwin had referred to earlier perhaps calling for Sergeant Cecil from ISP. He is the individual I was talking to you, feels like forever ago, on day 1 that we took his deposition on May 15th. He had conducted additional examinations 2, 3, 4 days prior to that we still don't have. When I spoke with him today, he has additional data that, frankly, we're not prepared to. It would be inappropriate for us to discuss that without reviewing it with our experts. He told me about reports he has. I don't have those reports. So, Mr. McClellan stood up at the beginning and he said, well, they can't prove this. Well, obviously he knew about the new data and we haven't been told. So I just want to make that clear. We're going to redepose Mr. Cecil, Sergeant Cecil. He says tells me he's going to have a report in the next 2 or 3 weeks. And we'll take that information from there. Your Honor, we don't have Libby German's phone. We can't obtain this data. We're at the mercy of the state, and it feels a little bit like rope-a-doping. We take the evidence we have, we prepare a defense based on that. Now the data changes. Mr. Cecil's 2019 report that we based a defense on, he says is no longer accurate. So we're working out that issue. Is a long response to that. All right, blah, blah, blah. Thank you, Judge. Okay, just for time efficiency, this is McClellan says, I'll try to do them in, I guess, as they relate to each other. The first document I'm going to move to admit is the work record of Brad Holder. It's been admitted prior, Judge, but I wanted to admit it at this hearing, and that's going to be States 22. It's actually his work record and the anytime fitness log. So State would move to admit what's been marked as States Exhibit 22. Any objection? Baldwin says no. Judge, the state's going to move to admit what's been marked as 23. That's a copy of Brad Holder's deposition with the pages tab that I want the court to consider. So the state would move to admit that as 23. Okay, and then lastly, Judge, admit states 22. Rosie says no, it's 24. McLean says 24. Sorry, what I say 22? Okay, 24. Which is a copy of Susan Case's deposition. She is the person who works at the landfill where Brad Holder was employed. She is the one who was deposed about his work record and his alibi. The pages that I want the court to consider are marked in that as well. So the state would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 24. Okay, so just her deposition. Any objection? No. Blah, blah, blah. Judge and I would move to State's Exhibit 25, which is a copy of the deposition of Johnny Messer, with pages marked that I want the court to consider. State would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. No objection. Okay, so if the way that this is, we should be getting all of these depositions. I don't know that that's what we're going to get. As you know from everything we've ever gotten from Indiana. It's like a fucking crapshoot. Like, who knows what we're going to get? We are supposed to be getting any exhibit from all of trial, all the hearings, any exhibit that could be printed. Nothing digital. So no videos, no audios, no nothing like that. Anything that was put into evidence that could be printed. Are we going to get that? I would not bet any amount of anything on what we're going to get. I just don't know. But that's what we're supposed to get. So, and they're being snail mailed. So that's where we're at. But nothing digital. So that's no Bridge Guy videos, no interviews, no nothing like that. Okay, so, I mean, we should be getting this stuff. Will we? I don't know. I'm going to have to copy that as the work records and bank records of Johnny Messer. I'm going to have to get a copy for the defense. I thought I had a copy, but I don't. But those were the work records and bank records that support Johnny Messer's alibi. So state's going to move what have been marked as State's Exhibit 26. No objection. Okay, and one more batch. Judge, this deals with the Odinism. The state's going to Exhibit 27, which is a deposition, a copy of the deposition of Jeffrey Turco. Who in chat knows who Jeffrey Turco is? Come on. I know you know. With the pages marked, I'd have the court consider. The state would have to admit that it's been marked as State's Exhibit 27. No objection. Okay, done. And in conjunction with that, Exhibit 28 is the copy of Professor Turco's report that he submitted. Okay, so it's Turco's report. Mr. Baldwin says that's fine, so the state would move to admit that as 28. Also admitted. Okay, so 28 is admitted. Now 29 is the BAU report from the U.S. Marshal Service, and so the state would move, talking about the crime scene and that there's signs of Odinism there. So state would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. No objection. Okay. So do we get the BAU report? Who knows? And then that's all the paper evidence I have to admit. And then if the court's prepared, I'll call my first witness, call Christopher Cecil. We've already gone over Christopher Cecil's testimony in our other videos. So that be a professor. Okay, so let's think. What else is there? What else you guys got for today? Otherwise, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing it early, somewhat early, probably about the same time we started today is kind of my thought, Sleuthy. Are you thinking the same thing? About 11 my time. That's 2 your time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because by 4, which is we got done with this now at 4 o'clock, I will be going on Cryptex's channel tomorrow at 4 o'clock. So I'm thinking we'll probably start around 11 Pacific, which is 12 Mountain, 1 Central, 2 Eastern. And as you all know, if you're across the pond, you have to do your own math. Tomorrow we are doing Dr. Monica Walla from August 1st of 2024. Walla Walla Bing Bang. That will complete our 3-day hearing transcripts. And then that way, Monday, we'll start fresh with walking right into reading transcripts from trial. This weekend, we're going to try to create a list of who we need for what. And then you guys should be able to see like if you would be available for that time slot, or an approximate time slot if that's who you want to read, or if you just have somebody in particular that you want to read. That way you guys will know. So we're going to try to get all that sorted out. Hopefully, maybe mañana or tonight. I don't know. We'll see. And have that for you guys so you can just go in and be like, this is the time. This is who I want.
I'll tell you what, these look badass.
She got new seat covers for which she absolutely
I'm tearing
needed.
up my hands, but my God.
You'll have to take a picture and send it to me. I want to see.
I will. I actually, when I got just the back part on, like before we started. I took a picture,
Oh,
and
okay.
well, now I've got both front seats. I'm sweating, but I got both front seats, the butt part and the back part done. Now I just got to figure out what I'm gonna do, how to do the back. But they like basically match my seats, like they match my current interior. And I said they'd be big. They looked big. I mean, I'm out of breath from
But they're
squeezing them
not too
on.
big.
They are not, and they are luscious. Like they look comfy, but I don't want to sit in them yet.
All right. Well, go do your stuff with your car. Send me a picture when it's done. As always, you guys, I mean, specifically the ones of you, Low Light, Andy, Shaboobies, Jen, you guys, thank you for coming up. Charles, I don't know what happened. Hopefully you're doing okay and you just had to hop off to take care of other shit in life. But thank you for volunteering. We just wouldn't do it without you. We couldn't do it without you. We'd be sitting here reading all day, every day, all day long, or trying to figure out how to use AI at our age. So, but as always, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. I know that you guys have 1,000 other places you could hang out, and you guys choose to come here and hang out at Criminality with us, and we love you for it. So go enjoy the rest of your Friday. I will hopefully see you around the YouTube streets or the Twitter streets now that Sleuthy's got me stuck over there every day. And we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Bye, Sleuthy. Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going do you dare to follow